Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm running a little bit late. I'm trying to set up like conditional orders for stuff. Sold one call for 5K. Nice. I don't think you're the only one trying to jump out the window of this. Jesus fucking Christ. The put AI is going fucking nuts. How's everyone's morning going? The GM for Nvidia is not going to matter because the price action happened in after hours. Unless we fall back to GM, I guess. But that'd be fucking crazy. Right? Gamma Max is 329.17. There's no fucking way it stays there, though. SPX gapped the gap. Yeah, it did. But it filled? No. Double gap. Double downside gap to delta neutral. Always make 100% on your hedges, Dad. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll get the Discord audio up and going. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. If no daily DD, can you post the condiment chart? We can take a look at it here. For GME or Upstart? I was busy this morning. GME is not becoming any more liquid, though. Fucking still illiquid as fuck. More shorting, I guess. Ultimately. How's BTU killing your port? It's like a long-term value hold. Can we talk about the stagflation data this morning? Oh, yeah. PCE was revised upwards. So that looks fucking bad, right? Core PCE for quarter over quarter for the second quarter is now 5% from the prior 4.4. PCE prices 4.2 versus the prior 3.7. GDP sales are up. GDP growth rate down by half. But beating estimates, which had revised them down to 1.1. Corporate profits down a little over 2x. Price index up 0.3. Jobless claims slightly up. Yeah, GDP data is not hot. Germany officially entered a recession this morning. I don't know if many of you saw it last night, but U.S. has been put on a credit downgrade warning by Fitch. Yeah, so macro environment's really healthy. Is now a good time to Nvidia puts? I bought some weekly puts at open, but they're way overpriced. I don't know if they're actually worth it. They're not super profitable, and it's dropped quite a bit already. What caused that run on Nvidia? Just low liquidity after hours pump? I mean, partially, yeah. I picked up what 250 billion market cap on like 12 million volume. I don't know, Alan. I'm kind of feeling like I have some September 280s. I have Jan 250 puts on Nvidia, and I'm feeling like maybe I'm better off just not selling those and maybe picking up some slightly higher strikes, but holding on to those and maybe averaging them down. Check DM. What do you got, Dork? What's this? Double double top? I see the volume. God damn it. That's fitting. Jimmy off the chart, literally. Oh yeah. Oh, there you go. Maybe this will be the first recession where stocks never go down. I'm feeling like that's not the case. Tesla back to 185. NQ still up 172 points. ES still floating up 44 BPS. Russell and Dow down. VIX down. Dixie up. Hey, Gurk, finally found you. I just wanted to invite you to my wedding at the Taj Mahal, which I now own because of my Nvidia profits. Everyone goes home. Hold on, I gotta read the rest of this. Everyone goes home with their own mini elephant. Hope you can make it. It'll be a great time. Thanks for the invite, man. Words can't describe how much I love you. I made 14K on the calls. I'm going to Disney World. I'm so thankful for you, you beautiful centaur. Alternative take, save the money, use it to make even more money. Then you can buy Disney World. Is there an explanation to Meta's consistent price action? You mentioned the two huge gap ups. Thanks, Mr. Gold. On the chart yesterday, and I just don't get how they are valued the way they are. There's several, I think there's actually more than two huge gap ups in their price, but that's an excellent question. They raised guidance. If they don't meet their guidance, their price will go down. How low do you think Nvidia can go today? I don't know. Gamma Max is at 330. Although it should theoretically be irrelevant after the overnight move, there's nothing to support the price here, right? There's no calls to support the price. There's no puts to push it down. Like all of that has to be reset. And so if people sell calls, the price will go down. If people buy puts, the price will go down faster. Yeah, the underlying is currently king. That's correct, Dork. Not for long. I mean, 15 minutes into the day and the options chain is going to be reset at the new level, right? I was going to mention yesterday, long treasury, short Nvidia. I'm I'm already doing that. I'm trying to get out some SQQQ shares. Cost basis $29. I know. Okay. Looking for an exit, but I don't want to hold a 3x inverse ETF any longer than I have to. Should I wait long enough? I mean, okay, so here's what you need to remember about inverse ETFs, right? You're going to have volatility decay if you're holding the underlying over time, right? So whatever move up it makes, its move down will be greater always, even if both moves are equivalent. So yes, you can hold it and try to get out of it, but over a great enough period of time, you can lose out, right? So one move to the upside isn't going to destroy all of your profitability potential, but several of them could over multiple weeks. Any reason you wouldn't recommend the steel case gesture? I mean, it's expensive as fuck. The only thing I really don't like about it is the arms are kind of like they move around a lot, and it's there's no way to like lock them in place. Although you can kind of tighten them up and they become a little harder to move around, they're always mobile, which it can be annoying. But other than that, that would probably be my only complaint. All right, SPX looks like it's getting ready for a downside push. ES looks like it's continuing to fail. The macro news today is pretty bad. NQ on the 1 hour is dropping after it surged back up this morning, but it's got a ways to go to hit its low from yesterday. VIX is picking up a little bit of steam. Positionally, I don't know yet. So got a decent amount of call interest at 4140, 4150, or 4140, 4145, sorry. Looks like they're going to try to stabilize that interest at around 4130. If we break below 4130, there's still a lot of put interest at 4125, 4080, but not a lot of put interest building to the downside just yet. I probably won't see any unless we cross back below gamma neutral or delta neutral on SPX, which is right about where we're at right now. 4132-ish. You selling? I sold all of my Nvidia calls at open. Look at IEP. Yeah, we were actually talking about this a bunch last night. It's very low. Very. Jesus. I think I kind of think there's two outcomes to the IEP thing, right? Either A, Icon's gonna wait until all the shorts have piled into his stock and fucking destroy them. Or B, he's old and he's gonna give up. How old is Icon? Old as shit. 80s, I think. Doesn't his son run it? For the most part, yeah, I think so. '87, yeah. You know what they say? You reap what you sow. Okay. My $500 Nvidia call saved my 13K Nvidia put position. Yeah, they had that effect last night. I don't think you're the only one. I think a lot of people had small hedges that saved big chunks of their portfolio. Some people didn't, unfortunately, but that's the way it is. I made 130K because you taught us to hedge. You're a godsend, sir. Congratulations, Gilgamesh. That's fucking awesome, man. I'm glad you were able to. Taking 5% of my Nvidia call profits this AM to average down my $300 put by 80% for cheap feels good. Yes, it does. I think you need to adjust that statistic for him being a multi-billionaire. I went into my Nvidia put YOLO with no hedge again and got slaughtered. Venseg, what's your deal, man? Do you just have like a lot of money you don't want? Are you getting divorced? Do you want to talk to somebody? Some of us have a gambling problem. Okay. I decided not to throw some money on Nvidia put yesterday because I didn't have enough to hedge the upside. I made the right decision. I wouldn't have done that if not for your teaching. Sometimes the best trades you make are the ones you don't take. I refuse to believe Nvidia's worth $1 trillion. Me and you both. Well, they say lightning can't strike the same place twice. It struck me 6 times. The odds you're playing are not lightning strikes, Venseg. You're flipping coins. So, you're running around in lightning storms holding like a 20-foot iron rod naked. I think this might be fake Girk. He sounds like he cares. I mean, I care as much as that's just mean. I'm not gonna say that. That's how much I care. I got out with a small 5K profit thanks to my Nvidia hedge. Nice, man. That would be a nice stream card. Should I sell my Nvidia shares for 1,330% profit? That's up to you, man. You think it's gonna go higher? I didn't play Nvidia because last earnings I got absolutely railed. Smart. If SPX could go to 40.50 today, that would be nice. It could. Speaking of which. Any advice on Upstart? Just wait. Well, Upstart got some some very nice blowback, probably from bots overnight. Uh, and the massive Nvidia pump. I think it shares another smaller ETF with Nvidia as well. Um, it just might just be like another opportunity to put out some more cover calls or get puts or protective puts or whatever. I mean, I don't think it's gonna like trigger a whole new run on Upstart. Upstart's already getting, more illiquid, so it was already being shorted. What's it back? It's already back down 5%. Were all the recent upside gaps filled now from that pump and pre-market? Um, no. I think yesterday's gap is filled. There's still an upside gap at 41.85 to 41.89, and then there's another one at 42.13 to 42.19. My hedge went 30 fucking 5x. I'm gonna go buy a 4090 Ti. Thanks again, Girk. Congratulations, Patrick Swayze. Fuck yeah, man. I have Palantir. I've been selling covered calls on it at $10. Patrick Swayze, oof, T taking a big dip today. Ooh, how big? Ooh, very big. Is that its prior low? Oh, it's really fucking close. They have earnings coming up too. I might be buying more of that soon. I like that price a lot. Did they fucking have some news or something? A couple days ago. John Stanky admits that he realized how investors view light free cash flow. This is no repeat of 2022. Chief Executive John Stanky on Monday addressed the elephant in the room, admitting he could have managed investor expectations and the business differently in the lead up to the telecommunications latest earnings report. Prior cash flow at the first quarter be lighter than in other periods. The $1 billion that AT&T posted ended up being well short of the $3 billion plus that analysts were modeling. Ooh, I hope they cut the fucking dividend. Hmm. Interesting. SPX just chilling. Yeah, delta neutral. Did people sell off other SPY holdings to buy Nvidia? I mean, partially, but Nvidia's only, like 2 point, well, now lower, probably closer to like 2.2% of the S&P 500. Nice, Jeff. Congratulations, man. My one Nvidia call hedge made 6K covering 2.5K loss on 3 puts and 3.5K profit. This is why one should always get a hedge, especially on fucking Nvidia. Hey, Gurk, Nvidia hedged 2x to my port. Thanks for the knowledge. You got it, man. Congrats. 2:53 a.m. JP Morgan OPEC Plus is making good on its promise to cut supplies. Ooh. When? Did they announce it? Oh. People. Simultaneous people. Hold on. I was in a building that didn't have service at market close. I couldn't buy my hedge. I should have when I bought puts. I might just hang on to my puts in case we crash or something. Hard lesson learned. Cuckoo. I'm sorry to hear that, Castellosaurus. That fucking sucks balls. I hope you're close enough to the money and the U.S. defaults on its debt and you don't have to worry about it. Although we probably won't. Sucks, man. After Nvidia profits settle, I'll be debt free with a net worth of 0 statistically. I'm doing better than most of y'all. So now who's the poor? Also, Gurk, this is your kickback. Congratulations, Trash. That's fucking awesome. Seriously. Did you really kill it that hard? That's dope. Are you watching M at all? Earnings on June 1st. Yeah, I've been looking at them a bit. Checked it out after you mentioned it, and it's looking kind of compelling. Recession would definitely hurt them, though. Yeah, it will. But not that much. They've done moderately well in prior recessions. Upstart squeeze over. I mean, the covering that was going to be done on it's mostly wrapped up. Yeah. I bought Tesla 623 170p, Meta 721 220p yesterday. I think Tesla was a good buy, but I'm not sure about the Meta. What do you think? Meta 721 220. Really targeting that downside gap, huh? I mean, you've got time. You've got time, but you need. I don't know. It may not be a bad decision. I mean, most of the money carrying big tech, is going to pull back in the event that any significant macro event happens over the next few weeks. Um, there remains the potential for at least US downgrades. Technical default is unlikely. Almost 3,000%. That's so fucking awesome, Trash. Congratulations. You think Bud can go back to 45 or we'll get caught up around here? I'm looking for a buy-in. Hold on. It's near resistance. There's resistance at like 56.25 or support. 55. It could probably drop to 55. It's got enough momentum. It keeps gapping down. Hold on, I need to look at positioning here because I'm not sure if this is going to drop more or if it's going to stay supported at 41.30. I guess there's still a chance we see some downside, but it might take a minute. So I'll just wait that out. FCNCA Bank to lay off 500 employees as of yesterday. Those COFIs were on each end of the spectrum. Yeah. That's the market. What are SPX price action expectations under delta neutral? Well, if we can fall under delta neutral, we'll probably fill the gap. Although 41.30 is a bit protected right now. There's a chance that we don't. Some of the put positioning that was like longer dated put positioning that was at the money pulled back in the pre-market with the pumps. So we'll have to see if puts reposition. I don't think the long side interest is very strong here, but we will need to see puts reposition further out on the chain again in order to drive down. So we might be kind of stagnant for a little bit. I'm not sure what you can be more excited about. The chance to buy more SPX puts up here, the downside gap, the OPEC news, or the upcoming 2026 delisting of Nvidia 500. There's a lot of things to be excited about. Today's going to be an interesting day. The GDP data was not good. The sales contraction was insane. Do you think this relief rally will continue into tomorrow and the weekend? Data that came out this AM didn't seem too bullish. I think the data that came out this AM is preventing what would have probably been a moderately strong bounce. These banks are just doing this to boost revenue. They're sound and resilient. I bought a long dated strangle 400 and 330. For what? Oh, for Nvidia? Okay. Just remember, the further out of the money you are, for the longer that you're far out of the money, the faster your premium's going to burn up. Would you short Palantir at the moment? I mean, I kind of am. I'm selling covered calls against it. I haven't bought any like puts or anything, but so if short selling fund comes out with a report on Nvidia McEnron, how far would Nvidia tank? I don't know. Would it? Would a short report take it down at this point? What are they going to say? Jensen Huang's manifesting earnings that don't exist yet? I think everyone already knows that. Also, the ceiling and downgrade threat It's only been less than 12 hours. I mean, everything except the mega caps were down the last time we pumped up to 4,200 too, D-Engineer. What's your point? If you can get 33% of the SPX to move up, you can probably get the rest to drag along with it. GME's still liquid and no substantial run for May OPEX. Were they somehow able to dodge it, or what happened? I would pose an alternate theory. There simply are fewer volatility shorts. GME has become a less attractive target for volatility shorting. And the exposure that used to be there is no longer there. At least not to the same degree. There was covering that went on, but there was no calls to catch it, right? So we had that whole run up, but all the calls that came in were weeklies, and then they closed as soon as they became profitable. Did Icon pay you to say that? I wish. No, Icon's going broke right now. Nvidia pre-market was 50 cents away from JFresh pooping his pants. I'm happy for him. Pooping your pants is a day ruiner. He was saved. Good morning, Gherk. Did you line up the beard or something? No. Looking powerful, rugged, handsome, ready to take on this bullshit market. I'll do my best. What the fuck is this doing? Is this... Hold on. More bearish. Is there put selling going on here? There's more puts coming in at 41.25. There's still a little call wall at 41.30. I don't know if that's gonna like break down here. Let me see what's going on with longer dated positioning. Because if they're repositioning to the long side, hopefully we could get some warning. It doesn't look like they are. I would say there's a little more call interest at 41.40. But yeah, downside interest is accumulating again. 4100's picking back up after a lot of it took profits yesterday. Also, 4105 is starting to shift negative, which is kind of where the call support was to the downside yesterday. 4105 and 4110 are both negative now. Yesterday they were closer to flat. Let me see the intraday. Yeah, on the intraday, there's still a little bit of support at 4130, but not much. Like a million gamma versus negative 18 million at 4125. Are the 4140 sold? That's why we keep rejecting. Well, there's also no call interest above them. So they might be, right? Like no one's buying out the further strikes. There's no, so like gamma from 4140 goes just straight down. Like that. If we fill the gap, does it get even more bearish? Well, yeah, because we move much closer to that like 4100 level. And the market maker is going to dump some hedge as it moves to negative delta on the chain. Market makers. VZ down as well. Customer service staff layoffs. That doesn't feel like it should be a negative. Did you see the 1 month hit 6% this morning? Actually, no, I didn't. That's kind of fucking crazy. Is it getting snapped up? Fed Collins speaking? Okay. I don't know. Multiple telecoms. Seems like there should be something else. I mean, selling telecommunication stocks right now seems a bit odd. Even if they're underperforming, they're pretty defensive generally. It's like buying utilities or energy production. Not bad timing on the Nvidia put. Not yet. Tesla dump. Pasta prices rose 17.5% in March and 16.5% in April in Italy, per CNBC. That's how you get riots. I thought you never play earnings. Why different? I was already short Nvidia, regardless of their earnings, so I hedged it. I can't ignore the fact that earnings exist, right? If I'm already in a position. But no, I don't. I don't seek out earnings to play. There are people that do that. There are people that just play earnings. What's with AT&T? Do you think they have some hidden debt I'm not aware of? Is their public debt not sufficient to be concerned with? They have a shitload of debt. Like $50 billion in debt. Do you need extra debt to confirm a thesis? I would imagine that as a publicly traded company that's required to disclose all of their debt, that they probably do. People are pissed about their cash flows coming in lower after they were promised higher cash flows. I bought 1-to-1 Delta. Well, I didn't buy 1-to-1 Delta on my short position, but I sold and bought 1-to-1 Delta on my short position. I closed it on open. I still have the shorts. Like I mean, they're worthless, but I still have the puts. Congrats, Spy Hunter. I guess it seemed normal for T to have that debt, but I guess the cash flow is what's changed. That apparently. I'm kind of excited about it if I can get it cheap. Maybe they'll cut their dividend and start paying down their like long-term debt. That would be really awesome. And this fucking contract is getting priced weird. Why do we keep bouncing back up through DN? I'm not sure if that line is actually delta neutral. It's very close. Let me double check because I put that yesterday. Delta neutral on SPX right now is 41.3770. So we're actually a little bit below. That's like, well, a little higher than that. Those are going to be my... Fuck off. Hold on. There we go. And so that's delta neutral. We're bouncing at resistance because there's calls at 130. 41.30. Talks of Dish partnering with Amazon on their wireless cell service. Probably why telecom is down. Dish up 15%. Interesting. Ooh, really? Is that a confirmed deal? Because Dish has been shorted hard as fuck. IEP, good God. Yeah. Congrats to everyone that made money on the Nvidia play, but for us poors, when would it be a good time to get new Nvidia puts? When will Ivy go down and price settle? Thanks for what you do. I'd probably wait at least a couple days, right? Unless you're just gonna try to play like at the money call sell-offs, and like scalp it. It's probably a good idea to wait a few days. My 616 180p is safe? No, Cobra. Details of the new plans could be unveiled as soon as June. People familiar with the matter told the Journal there's certain factors could push back, or prevent the rollout. I wonder how far they've progressed in their 5G rollout. I know previously it was a bit of an issue. They weren't making very good progress. Mostly because they didn't have the capital, but if Amazon's going to come in and help back them, that could change everything. Were you up 200K? I don't know how much it is total. I have to do the math, and I haven't cut the puts yet. And those, like my September and Jan puts, still have premium value. It was about like 275, roughly like 275,000 on the hedge, and then I had about 100 and like 130 something, like 130 and change inputs. Is up 200K like a normal week at the job? I mean, it's not quite 200K. But some weeks, yeah, you get a few a year. They're pretty awesome. I can about to become a dillionaire. U.S. Deputy Treasury SEC. The T-bill auction cost $80 million extra on debt limit strain. Awesome. Dish owns is Ting, right? They're doing pretty well in our small market, both low-cost mobile and fiber internet. Okay. If the market still hasn't fully crashed, corrected by Nvidia's next earnings, full port 25% from spot weekly calls is the play. I think if the market hasn't crashed or corrected by Nvidia's next earnings, it may not this year. Also, you think Nvidia is going to hit 11 billion? That's a lot more growth than 8%. You know, Amazon made $550 billion in revenue, and they're worth less than Nvidia that made $44 billion in revenue. I feel like this gap is a trap, and I fell for it. It's a very slow sell. Oh, I think, like I said, I think put positions have to reposition, right? I think a lot of them got scared out this morning. So they are repositioning. We're starting to see a pretty decent accumulation of puts to the downside, but fewer zero DTEs, mostly longer dated ones right now. I'm starting to think Nvidia might be overvalued. Yeah, maybe. The market cap gain on Nvidia overnight exceeded their total profits since inception. Healthy. I think it's fucking crazy. Like now everyone's on the same bandwagon. Everyone's like, "Holy fuck, this is way too overvalued," right? Everywhere you look, all the articles, everything. All over Reddit, right? Everyone's like, "Oh my god, Nvidia is like super overvalued now." It was fucking overvalued before. Um I just think it's hysterical that it had to hit $1 trillion for people to be like, that's a bit suspicious. One of my buddies got a few lotto tickets on Nvidia last night and made 1.5 years salary this morning. Sounds about right. I have a July 220p for Nvidia. Should I average down or roll out? You could do both. I mean, I'd imagine those are pretty cheap. That's very far out of the money. You're going to need a steep correction for that to print. The more theta you get on it, the less of a correction you need, at least in the near term. So you're the bury of Nvidia. I mean, when I first shorted Nvidia, they hadn't said AI in earnings yet. They were just kind of overpriced and near their technical high. And prior to that, last year I shorted Nvidia pretty successfully, actually. Took all hipster on us. If Nvidia 360C gets spooked, this will drop like a rock. 9.9 KOI and only 4K volume so far. Yeah, they're probably not too scared just yet. But I have a little FOMO. I didn't try the Nvidia play. Do you wanna have to scrape back even more? It's dangerous. There's no like safe play on Nvidia. Especially after the fucking nonsense that happened last night. Have you ever 5x your money 2 times on SPX 0 GTs 2 days in a row? Just saying. I mean, not 5x all my money. I wouldn't put all my money into 0 GTs. A straddle right here in Nvidia seems like a done deal. Nah, okay. If you have enough theta. Although it's already valued at its like profits for the next 10 years, right? So what if the price just never moves? Nvidia 380 till 2033, and then investors reassess. Would 300p on QQQ be crazy at these prices? Does it decay the same way as SQQQ? No, it doesn't. Um, I don't think it's crazy. I mean, you need a big drop in Nasdaq, which has been super fucking resilient lately, but it's definitely not as it definitely doesn't carry the same risk as SQQQ. I'm just looking for a way to play Nvidia going forward, and so far I haven't found one very appetizing. Yeah, that's fair. I guess you could. Uh, hmm. You could sell like a 20 wide condor and then use the credit to buy a strangle. So that way you're between 400 and like 360, you're profitable on the theta decay, and then beyond that you're profitable on the straddle. Provided your outer spreads aren't too wide. BTU testing 19. It could go a little lower still. Let's be honest, I probably should just buy more calls. Maybe. Okay, that's getting a little bit more bearish. That's not. Hmm. I don't know what to trust there. I'm kind of stuck at the 4150, 4145, 4150 level today. Mostly 4145. But with support at 4140. So we got another $5 fucking channel to break through this morning. How exciting. Slip into your DMs. Nice. Well played, Pigeon Teeth. Would you agree with me that NVDS calls are the safest way to catch Nvidia downside? Fuck no. You're talking about buying a depreciating asset on a depreciating asset? Don't people want to straddle PCE tomorrow? Probably, yeah. Thoughts on picking up at the money June monthlies, SPX put before Black Tuesday or on Black Tuesday? Oh boy. Have you sold very many options on BTU? Not a lot yet. I'm still waiting. I'm not exactly an expert in coal pricing predictions. I don't think spreads are very worthwhile on it. It's pricing's a little volatile right now because coal pricing's a little volatile right now and not performing great. I mean, I sell a lot of like covered calls and CSPs on BTU, but not so many spreads. 38C June 26 on the video was 0.79 79 cents yesterday, 22.23 today, almost 29x. How are people not just immediately cashing out? I mean, I did at market open. I'm pretty happy about it. Where the fuck are these pumps coming from? This is ridiculous. Is this all just like the 3130 interest? That's so small. Some 4140 calls are selling off a little bit. Like the constant tests are bleeding out some of the calls to the upside. 4135 is negative. So puts there, calls there. What a fucking weird options chain setup today. I think that's just because nobody wants to buy the 4130 at all. Huh. Is it just because IV's fucking overpriced? Did you set limits or market sell Nvidia positions in open? How did you pick your limit prices? You can use an options calculator. I just set stops on everything. Like really tight stops. Those all got stopped out basically immediately. I thought money options are so fucking expensive, and the crazy gamma can fuck you so hard. Yep. Yeah, they're super overpriced today. I haven't cashed out my Nvidia options yet. I bought 320C for 6.2, so I'm gonna wait for T plus 2. Risky. Probably insanely greedy too, but definitely risky. Could there be a better opportunity to cut 4100 616s? Oh yeah. You still got a few weeks, right? Do we not talk about Jimmy anymore? Jimmy's trading at fucking $23, so like the last like 6 days. What do you want to talk about, Stever? It's on the fucking screen. Still thinking 3900 target for SPX. That doesn't sound like my target. I'm pretty sure my target was first 4050 and then 3950. There's puts at 3900. But if we go to 3900, we're going to go a lot lower than 3900. Nvidia T plus 2 is 530. Yes. When are the next cycles, and is MOASS still possible? I mean, we've had cycles on it. They haven't been very productive in creating price action. Um, is MOASS still possible? I don't think it ever was. Maybe before Cohen did the dilution, but after that, no. Sorry if a repeat question. Thoughts on August 400 spy puts? They're pretty far out of the money. That might be the only level that still has like a lot of sold like short put interest. You might have to carry them underwater for quite some time. Did you sell any covered calls on Nvidia? I don't own any stock. Is this the right way to be thinking about these things when massive runs happen? Generally, yeah. If you're long on a stock and it gets repriced massively for no real reason, it's usually good to sell covered calls against your position and capture that upside while it exists. People still unironically talk about MOASS. Yeah. Hope. I got a killer deal on a 413 straddle on the SPY. Nice. I'm not particularly liking any of this price action this morning. But there's no calls coming in. Is there some more data today that I'm like missing here? Collins is speaking. There's the Kansas Fed index. Who gives a shit about that? There's PC tomorrow. Are they just waiting for like, are there debt ceiling talks going on right now? Is that all this is? Just like chop until the debt ceiling's unresolved again? In Pickles Picks, the 4130 level was important for determining what range we would trade in. So would picking up a straddle here be smart? It's not stupid. You could. No, positioning's fairly neutral. Well, at least add the money. Is there a reason there's no DDS DD? Hey, I give a shit about that. No, you don't. If you did own Nvidia and it ran this much, how would you go about determining where to sell covered calls? Percentage, delta? I don't own any, but it brings back good old GME 300 vibes. Um, I don't know. I would probably try to assess how overvalued it was at the time, and then try to sell covered calls where I thought a more fair valuation existed. Then I capture the immediate upside, and if the price stays elevated, I sell at that price, and if it doesn't, well, then I keep my shares. No debt meeting scheduled for today. Okay, that sounds bad. So no agreement over the weekend. Are you still bullish on Rev? Yeah, apparently they're doing great after the reorganization. GME is profitable now. Why is it not going up? Well, GME is profitable. That does not mean GME is worth more money. If anything, it means that GME is being more fairly priced, and its future pricing is going to be based on its profitability, which is mediocre and currently trading at many multiples of that profitability. Carl, oh, people are actually buying Nvidia at these prices. It doesn't look like a lot of it, but there's probably shorts that got squeezed out, right? Kevin Hurd said deal likely by tomorrow afternoon. So they must be planning to meet tomorrow somehow. But if Congress isn't in session, doesn't that put us like right to the debt ceiling? Like the timing puts us, because there's like a 72-hour review, right? And then there's 3 days to get it through Congress, the Senate, and onto the president's desk. So that's 6 total business days with 6 days left to the default. No wonder we're getting downgrade warnings. Cadota, I keep getting stopped out on Upstart the last few days. 10% just wasn't wide enough. How do you manage your stops after a big run like that? You set them once you've achieved profitability, ideally, and then you don't care if you get stopped out because you made money. This place has changed a lot since I was last here. Now I'm sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Stever. My intention is not to make you sad, but we do have a habit of weighing data as it is made available to us. If you want to stay moderately delusional, there's always super stonk. Interesting. Says NQ's just fucking rocketing. Yes, testing 4150. Volume's dying off. Man, that's fucking weird. So there's no call interest coming in on this bump? Nope. Fast gamma is 41.42, so we're just above it. We just get rejected here. Hmm. Why is no one buying more calls? That's on Lily downside at speed at which it will realize it. Up on June 16, 400, 380, but considering to reposition with more theta. You could. I mean, more theta is probably always better there. Green is green. I guess what I'm feeling is greed from extra profits I didn't get. Who gives a shit about those? Just be happy with the ones you did get. Since open, ES and Q have basically done the same movement if you look at the 1 hour. Yeah. They're a little they're a little divergent, but mostly in line. No, I generally don't sell 30 DTE CSPs, but if I'm selling CSPs on BTU, I'm doing so with the intent to be assigned. I'm generally not selling them for like income. The income's really not that great. So there's synthetics or not? There's fewer of them nowadays. The split and the options interest falling off the chain did a lot to reduce the number of failures on GME. I mean, not so much learning risk management, average guy, but learning how to position options to manage risk. Options is a strategic investment. If we get any support here, it will likely take out the highs again. That's possible. I think it's just weird that there's no calls coming in on the chain to support the upside price action. There's very, very few zero DTs being traded at all today, actually. I don't, I don't know what to make of this. It's very odd. No, the puts are staying where they're at. I mean, they're mostly all at like 41.25 and 41.35, but they're not really moving either. I mean, we should probably be watching VIX. Yeah, VIX is picking up a little here on the test of 19. Options pricing on TOS is laggy and weird today. Hmm. Uncertainty in the political debt ceiling resolution. Yeah. Any longer dated options activity? I mean, some puts came back in after they pulled back in the morning session. Increased call interest at 41.40, 41.45, and then I guess more puts at 41.25 and 40.55 seem to be very popular this morning. 4,000 looks like maybe short puts, but not very many. The 616 expiration looks pretty much the same. Maybe there's some short puts being sold at 4,100 there. Doesn't look like there's a lot of confidence in anything. Yeah, I mean the longer dated gamma's almost identical to how it was an hour and a half ago. I'd say the biggest change here is there's more puts at 40.50 now. We're right at the flip point, so gamma exposure is fairly neutral. I would say momentum is turning bearish because more call interest isn't coming in, but it's very slow. That made me think that there was like something else going on today. So if I was to say long dated puts, short dated calls, seems about right after Nvidia pumped Nasdaq several percentage points overnight. Maybe, yeah. Is there a way to predict the Nvidia move? Options chain, market mechanic? No, not really. I don't think there was a tell. Most of that positioning comes in from like algorithms buying into the earnings data. And then most of the price improvement exists because the spread is so fucking wide in after hours. Nasdaq's moving. Nasdaq's got a lot of interest today. We had lower lows and lower highs. Do you think it's time to take down the Cohen and DFE poster off my wall or leave it? I don't care what you do. What did DFE do wrong? After the data this morning, how can anyone with two brain cells think of an excuse to be bullish on the market? I don't think anyone's behaving in a way that would indicate that they're super bullish on the market right now. How are we rising? There are calls at 41.40 and 41.45, but that's it. There's really none above that, and we kind of tested it and got rejected, right? But no new like zero DTEs calls came in on the test. For all I know, those calls are sold, or calls are just being sold at that strike. DV made bank on Macy's and dipped. Huh. Well, that's kind of awesome, actually. Futures options volume seems lower today too. Yeah, it is. Although it's consolidating. We might see a bigger move at some point here. Do you think BTU hits its low for the time being? I think it can go lower. I feel like I've been asked that question like 400 times today. Serious question. If AI is Nvidia's future, why do they still have 26,000 employees? Who's going to crank the soft goods? Are you using ETPs in your portfolios? No. At what price would you buy Fubo? Probably not, unless it was under like $1.50 again. All good, Potato Tom. Can you play the Not a Cult song one last time for nostalgia? You're really having an existential crisis today, huh?
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
No interest there. Huh. It's a double top on the 5-minute on ES. Let's go there. It's expensive to short Nvidia. Yeah, it is. Straddles might be better on QQQ today. What's a good buy-in price for Upstart now? I'm targeting below 15. It's probably more than that, but there's still headwinds. Like a fair price is probably higher than that, but there's still a lot of macro headwinds for Upstart. Three of my former coworkers got laid off from Meta this week. Bullish or good short target? I mean, layoffs are going to help their balance sheet going into next quarter. I don't know how many layoffs Meta's doing this quarter, but probably a lot of them. We need a new song about Upstart, as it's obviously the future, at least until Matt and Ryan come out with a duo singing about AI. Do you think we're currently just correcting from the initial large downward move on SPX? I don't know. There's not a lot of call interest. Futures are up a little. Futures might move up and retest like 4160. Pros and cons versus leaps versus NVDS. NVDS is a leverage ETF. It's made for like short-term holdings. Uh usually is like a hedge or something like that. It's not like a good long short play. So leaps are much better directly on the underlying. It's similar to like SQQQ or SPXX. You're only supposed to hold them for like a brief period of time. Have you ever tried balancing pieces of paper? It's actually really easy. No? Are you bored at work, popcorn trader? I'm sorry. Good till close. What's the point of... Does it matter? I mean, one of them you just have to reset the stop. Hmm. Are calls starting to come in on SPX? Not the 0 DTEs. There's a little more volume now. But yeah, 4150 is still pretty low. All the call interest is still 4140, 4145. I don't know. I'm kind of just gonna wait and see what it does, I think, until there's more positioning. I don't there's like not enough volume and I don't trust it. Did puts get too expensive? They're more expensive. But VIX is back under 19 now. Does the US need a technical default for Fitch to downgrade? I saw their warning. I mean, yeah, we would have to, well, at least approach the point at which a technical default is a guarantee. Nasdaq's retesting its previous high. I think all of the volume here is just coming from Nasdaq. So tech's just pumping. Microsoft up 3%. Netflix 0.5. What's Google doing? Google's up 2.5. Apple's up 0.5. AMD's up 10%. Put a rejection off of 4150. Influence 4140s, 4145s to take profit. I don't know. When we were trading at 41.30, they didn't take profit on the tests. Like some of them bled off, but not very many. We're moving up on very, very low volume, and the environment's super illiquid. So I would just probably be careful with it. The call side doesn't look super promising, but neither does the put interest. Oh, go fuck yourself, Smooth Ape. Do you think QQQ could crash harder and faster than SPY when we finally get a correction? Possibly. I don't know. People have been fleeing to like tech as like a safe haven, hoping that the moats of giant monopolies will protect them from losses through a recession, which may not be true. I mean, ETF FTDs were covered. The market was up, which helps. But that's it. Just the combination of those two things is sufficient to push GME's price higher. There was some buying. People started to buy some calls. Not a lot of them, but some. Did we get GDP today? Good or bad? It was pretty bad. So you're being a right old muppet about this permit review. 45 days? That's maddening. There's a lot of red tape. You should try greasing the palms. Futures is gonna test 4160, like you said. Close. Looks like it got rejected just before. All right. What a weird fucking day, man. NASDAQ rejected at a new high, but at the 39.75 resistance. Futures got the fuck rejected out of him. Yeah. No, it hit 4160. Yes. Oh, it did. Yeah, it tapped it. Why isn't that show on the 5-minute candle? What the fuck? Need to refresh this or something? It's weird. Okay. Now it shows yeah, it's showing a high of 41.5975. Belarus Lukashenko, the transfer of non-strategic nuclear weapons from Russia to Belarus has already started. This sounds promising. Oh, great. Data on Webull has been weird all day on mobile. Huh. If we go into a nuclear war, do I need to pay off my credit card or do we just not care anymore? I guess that depends on if we win or not. In a thermonuclear war, what European stocks do you think will handle the wasteland best? I'm thinking Nestle. Probably, yeah. Maybe like Louis Vuitton. Nobody wins in a nuclear war. I mean, I suppose. And Dole, radioactive bananas for all. Yeah. Fubo back in the drilling business. It's about time. Was Louis Vuitton hazmat suits or last year? Wasn't that Balenciaga? Thanks, Pie Bowler Bear. I'll hide in my bathtub. Jimmy NFT Marketplace and DRS will save us from nuclear war. No, it won't. Ugh. Can we fill the gap now? I don't know, maybe. Kind of like a head and shoulders here. Is it truly unreal that all of those analysts upgraded Nvidia to 500 in sync? What a joke. I mean, Nvidia 500 would kind of be a joke. They just want people to buy, right? And they make the transaction fees. They don't give a shit what the stock is actually worth. That's not the point of analyst reports. Your building is so old it might have a fallout shelter. It does. I think it's like full of shit though. Domestically, I'm thinking cat is a good play. We need heavy equipment to push through radiated ghouls. I don't think that's how nuclear war works. Like, you're not gonna get radioactive zombies, Danarchy. Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull showed that refrigerators are immune to nuclear blasts. Just hide in there. Okay. Markets wild dance swings, call options, hedge the chaos, balance found in risk. JFresh, you're such a tool sometimes. Thanks, JFresh. Which of those is your red risk line in Pickles picks? That's exiting. So you're saying video games lie? Yeah. Ghouls are not zombies. That's insensitive. If zombie apocalypse, would you want to be a zombie or try to survive with your ninja sword and stockpile of ice cream sandwiches? What? VIX one day is heading up. It kind of likes to bottom after the morning and reverse lately. I mean, all it does every day is go up. Are we going up here or down here? We might go up again. I guess it just depends if NASDAQ pumps or not. There's no fucking... There's no fucking volume. Hmm. Hmm, 50. Hmm. VIX is moving up a little. Futures are still kind of stable on 4150 right now, though. Unless this starts to break down more. Hmm. Probably want to see NQ move below 13,950. And right now it looks kind of bullish. Although I guess it could fail. Hmm. There's got to be another upside move here somewhere if the downside momentum peters out again. I'm starting to feel like this is a day where I should just stay the fuck away from the market. Hmm. All right. Someone getting squeezed on Nvidia? I don't know, maybe. Or just closing sold calls and reopening them. And people took profit this morning on Nvidia. Median forecast for durable goods orders tomorrow looks awfully bearish. We have PCE tomorrow too. Fair enough, popcorn trader. I wonder why no one's buying any zero GTEs. Was it like another haircut or something? Like, what the fuck is going on? People done buying options this week? T is just going down. Outlook for PCE, I mean, it doesn't look good. It got revised up on the GDP report quite a lot. It's had a slow creep up for the last like 7 months. Everyone's waiting until the end of day to buy for cheap. Maybe. It's like we got above gamma neutral, like the fast gamma neutral, right? And you'd think that like call buyers would have come in and taken advantage of the momentum. Nothing. Like 141.50 contracts came in and then those sold. Fucking weird. No took zero DT on SPX because everyone took the rest of the day off after selling their Nvidia calls. Bill auctions in. Oh, okay. What do we got? 8 week up to 5.3 from 5.02. 4 week up 5.75 from 5.37. So yields rising. There's a bunch of 417, 419p expiring today on SPY. Someone bought 30K 417 yesterday to try to protect them. I've been selling those calls all day. Looks like they finally sold all of them off. Okay. Thanks, P Shorts. This is going to keep breaking down. We're below 4150 now. Earlier support was 41.39. So 41.40. I don't think we look too good for, well, a test below 41.35 would be interesting. There's a little bit of momentum to the downside here, but it's kind of shit. I wouldn't put a lot of faith in it. Look at how fucking dead the options are. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, VIX is moving up a little. All right, back below delta neutral now. Holy fuck, this is terrible. Has your bear thesis changed? No? I mean, if you have an opportunity to reposition, repositioning is great. But if you don't need to, then don't. I don't know. Are you thinking about repositioning to the upside? I would say that I don't see a lot of call interest coming in, and the macro environment is definitely not getting more positive, regardless of Nvidia's earnings beat. Is Jimmy's illiquidity preventing it from falling off a cliff right now? Yeah, largely. Although any sustained drop in the market will probably help GME realize more downside. I've never watched the movie Bronson. Is it about Charles Bronson, or does it star Charles Bronson? Or does it have nothing to do with Charles Bronson? I feel like these are the important questions. What? Got Head and Shoulders on Nvidia here. That could only possibly break up, right? NASDAQ. NASDAQ now at 13. At the 13 950 level. It looks like it's starting to break down. Nasdaq's not only far more resilient today, it's probably also a lot of what's driving price improvement on SPX. So it's probably a good idea to keep an eye on it. 4,200 spiking, sold, probably. What expiration? If it's 0 DT, I would say definitely. Yeah, that's probably sold. Maybe we'll start to see some more puts come in now. Haven't heard you congratulate my friends at Nvidia for an amazing earnings. I wonder why that is. What? Why would I congratulate them? Is that what you do when you make your phone calls? Do you work for UBS? Congratulations, Jensen. Could you tell us more about your new Ethernet cable? Baba doing a dippy. Noted. Profit taking here? No? More ups. Less ups. Closer to the money. Nasdaq sold off hard there. Nvidia not moving at all. Here we go. AI infused Ethernet cable. I found a short play on Nvidia I like. Put calendar spread. Short put October at 365. Long put December at 380. If it goes up in the short term, close the short put. If it goes down, set a stop. Okay. That doesn't seem terrible. A lot of theta on that sold position. Almost $1 trillion company shouldn't have intraday swings of 10%. Also, where do you think it will settle after this craziness wears off? 350? Well, you'd hope a little lower than their 10-year projected earnings, but we'll see. Yeah, momentum might slow down a little here. Get ready for a bounce. Not yet. Yes. Probably some profit taking here at the 4140 level, but it seems like there's more sellers coming in. I didn't hear all the earnings call. Did Nvidia announce that they purchased a company that is all directly tied to AI tech? Or are they still just one of many possible infrastructure engines? The latter. The fact that I'm hoping everything falls off a cliff right now just means we're going to 4,200 tomorrow. Bank down 165 BPS, 170 BPS. Hmm. Breaking news: Nvidia files bankruptcy as a company nears $5 trillion market cap. Short put lowers the debit. That's a delta hedge, not a shortfall play. Okay. What's the total debit? It's a wide fucking spread on those, though. Did Nvidia mention anything about the dilution they announced being done? No. No, they didn't mention their share offering at all. How long do we have until we get a flood of notifications of insider sells? I mean, it can't be long, but Jensen already sold like a bunch on the last high. Like the previous slightly lower high. How does supports and resistances work on something like Nvidia? Are they all just created above the all-time high based on recent price action? I mean, they'll develop over time. I mean, you need more price history at this level. But yeah, I mean, you have the all-time high as one level. They mentioned how they still have 7.5 or 9.5 left on their offering, I thought. I think the only thing they mentioned was their share buyback, which has like $7.3 billion left. And they said they were going to deploy it strategically, which means they're not buying their own stock at $400 a share. I wasn't smart enough to keep my Nvidia call hedge, but I had. Would it have been silly to have placed a sell order in pre-market at market price? No. I mean, selling at open still would have beat most of the IV was still really spiked at open, so it would have beat probably any intraday gains. Treasury prepares a contingency plan if debt ceiling is breached. Okay. Should we see bots up for T+2 tomorrow? T+2 isn't tomorrow. T+2 is next Tuesday. Maybe. Dow down 66. Russell down 1.4. Oil down 400 BPS today. Dixie up. Bitcoin down. Interesting. Hmm. Check something. One second. Now I'm back. All right. So majority of long side interest on Nvidia here looks like it's at 400. Sold calls coming in at 390, 375. That's interesting. Okay. A lot of puts being bought too. Okay. Calls being sold at 400. Looks like Nvidia bulls aren't feeling super bullish today. Quick get the... I don't know where the fuck he is. I went in the living room and he like dove through my feet and then ran under the couch. I don't have a dog. Trying to take you out. Yeah, being a prick. Hmm. Did you know that Tom and Jerry were actually friends? I did not. So the gap's filled now, right? No. We still have this gap. Fuck. Where's that on this chart? Yesterday's gap's filled. This one kind of is, right? So low. How is that not filled? How is it filled on the 1 hour? But not on here. Something's fucking weird with data today. You said your GTE volume fell off a cliff compared to previous days. Yeah, still has. It doesn't appear to be getting much better. There's some calls coming in again at 4140. Hmm. I thought we were expecting big downs. No? Not today. All the options interest is within like $20 on the SPX. End of week SPX target. Give me a second. $41.42.50. What did gamma neutral move to on SPX today? 41.86.44. So gamma neutral went up. Hmm. I went to 41.98. I don't know. If we get some call interest here, I think we can bounce. Maybe back up to like 41.50. Maybe 41.80. But we haven't gotten any call interest. Like, this should be a really advantageous time for like 0 DTE calls. They should be going absolutely apeshit today. And we've got nothing. Did June 16 GME have enough time for price to fall at 20? And if they don't, you can always roll them out. But I think you're selling them into earnings if you do that. It's because the entire market is propped up by 4 companies. I mean, yeah. ES retesting 4150 here. Kind of a head and shoulders. Yeah, you're right, Ben. But still, yeah, still no. You know, a little more 4150 calls now. So this is maybe a little more aggressive of a push than we saw earlier. To try to break to the upside. XRT hasn't been on Reg Show in quite some time, right? Thoughts on Cat? Kind of been getting the shit kicked out of it for a couple days, right? Could retest 200. Cat investors are going to get skittish with the debt ceiling. Cat gets a lot of their money from the government. It's the start of AI supremacy. It's propping itself up by helping AI CIEs to create himself faster. Thanks, Andre. Nvidia bought Evergrande and are currently building an AI metropolis. They have enough money. Market thesis: all companies except for big tech become obsolete due to AI. We no longer need employees, goods, services, or jobs outside of AI. I think you're thinking about a different kind of artificial intelligence. Hmm. Yeah, still no call interest. Looks like somebody bought like 10 4150s. What the fuck, man? I could have dealt with ups or downs today. I did not expect absolutely fucking nothing. The GDP data was so fucking bearish. Nvidia's super bullish. Like, I noticed some weird market changes. It used to be Dixie up, market down. And that trend has died. Well, Dixie's not up a lot. That's why. Then Bitcoin down when growth was down. That has died too. And now it's like gold up, Bitcoin up. Dollar value fears, largely due to the bank problems, but now more so to do with the treasury. Yeah, I think Cat has some like automated equipment technology. I don't think it's like self-driving. It's like remote control, but my favorite headcanon about Nvidia is Jensen Huang is really Bill Huang in disguise. Jesus Christ. Hey, Dancy. How valuable is TA on FX? Like Dixie? Pretty good. Yeah, they have supports and resistances. Did you cover GDP this morning? Yeah, I did. The first few minutes that I was on. Hmm. If Nvidia stays elevated at these prices, will T plus 2 be ridiculous? It could be. It depends how much profit taking occurs before then, though. Bears should have pushed. Maybe, yeah. All right. Well, that was cool. Let's see. What's Lily doing today? Ooh, not so hot. I will say the flight to tech is probably going to help this out a bit. People were starting to get a little more diversified there for a couple days. Could you possibly chew any louder? I could try. If you want, I could record like a short MP3 and mail it to you. I'm starting to think my 4000p 0 DTE was a terrible idea. Yeah, it was. That sounds like that was a super shitty idea. I demand FLAC for all mukbangs. MP3 fidelity is hot garbage. I need to compress it, otherwise I can't send it digitally. Discord has a cap, and I don't want to pay for Nitro. Tesla price targets need some adjustment due to flight to tech. Tesla price targets need some adjustment because the company's a pile of shit. Well, it's more fairly valued now, but still overvalued. I think we reject it at 4180. Well, no one's buying any calls higher than that. 4148, sorry. So well, I guess we'll see. If futures rejects again here, that's a double top. Provided we test 4160 a second time. Otherwise, it's like a really fucked up head and shoulders. We did have a higher low. Moderately. Are you planning to get more short-term Nvidia puts, or are you done for now? Well, I closed those there because they went profitable again. So I could close at break even. And then yeah, I'm gonna give this a second in case it bounces on VWAP. I don't wanna be in them for another fucking bounce up to 390 while longs offload calls at 400. I might be in and out of it. It seems like it could be a interesting trade. It's got a lot of range. It's like the head and shoulders of the stomach guy in Total Recall. Yes. If you were an institution, would you hold Nvidia at these prices, or would you drop your bags on the ETFs? Just a hypothetical, no truth to it at all. I mean, I would hold as long as the price stayed up here. If anything fundamentally changed, I would be out. Quado? Yeah, that was his name. Is there a reason to go with SPY leap puts instead of QQQ at this point? They're a little cheaper, more weighted towards tech. I'm considering my options. Tech is being treated defensively in the newest recession. So do with that what you will. There's definitely some risk in trying to go short on the tech side. Although everything else has already pretty much lost all its value, so I guess it's kind of the last thing standing. Nvidia price definitely gonna go to moon. AI. Nice. Considering my options, Waka Waka. Nobody bought any video cards. Ignore their leading segment that's down 41%. And only focus on their new segment that's up 21%. Right? That's the way. Here's that 4160 ES test. Well, close to it. Could break out. There's no options for it to like climb into, but I guess if futures keeps going. Someone bought some 4165s, 4175s, like a few of them. 4150 is looking a little bit better. Well, better than it was earlier. Nope. It's gonna be one of those days. Fuck this shit. I should just go back to bed. I already made money. I don't even care what happens today at this point. Gamers don't mine. Yeah, they also don't like it when the new cards are shittier than the old ones. For more money. Why aren't you playing the bounces up and down? Because they're unpredictable and driven by low volume. Any more important news? Not today. PCE and durable goods tomorrow. I think Michigan too, right? Do we have the final? Yeah, final Michigan consumer sentiment report tomorrow. They don't need to pull in 11 billion, just like they didn't need to pull in 7, right? Their earnings are just an estimate of things that may happen or may not happen in the future. The earnings for Nvidia currently are manifested. They're visualizing future potential earnings based on I'm not sure what. I suppose all of the major cloud service providers saying we're not going to use your fucking chips, we're going to make our own. It feels a bit like Enron. I mean, they're allowed to like project future growth, right? And as long as they can keep meeting it, they'll keep kicking ass, right? But if they miss once, they're fucked because it changes the entire model, right? But why are people going along with it? Well, it seems like the bank's primary concern is their newest Ethernet cable and not their year-over-year earnings that are down 20%.
like I've listened to thousands of earnings calls, and I've never heard bank representatives or analysts ask such stupid shit in my life. I'm full bull now. Nice. The future envisioned earnings are generated by AI. Enron existed for forever. They were founded in like what, 85 or some shit, if I remember correctly. Sometime in the mid 80s. As someone who works in the industry, Nvidia's high performance networking does look interesting just because everything else in that space is so overpriced. Okay. I mean, they should have a pricing advantage. They have the supply chains for now. No way it justifies its absurd value. I don't think it's a total game changer or anything. Okay. Enron should have projected AI in 50 years. It'd still be around with a $10 trillion market cap. Nvidia is known for their budget pricing. Do those banks send their best people to ask questions on the earnings calls? I mean, they definitely didn't send anybody who was bearish. One guy like started to ask a question about their forward projections, and then Jensen just answered him with a bunch of fucking nonsense. I'm surprised nobody asked Jensen what is an AI factory. Do you think Jensen knows? Meet Kevin said Nvidia can go to 3,000 in the next 5 years. That sounds fucking stupid. What is he, Kathy Woods now? Concerted effort to use Nvidia to float margin quicker than it's dropping elsewhere. No, I don't think so. That'd be easier to do with like small and mid caps. Or value stocks. All I need to know about Nvidia leadership is how they priced their cards and allowed scalpers to run rampant. Bunch of regards. Yeah, that wasn't a great business decision on their part. But I mean, they didn't care, right? Because the scalpers let them price their MSRP higher. Enron Skilling is out of jail at the moment and in Mexico getting the money he hid. Smart. What's the point of going to jail for financial crime if you're not going to hide money all over the world? They call that price gouging. Yeah. Nvidia, if COVID hadn't happened and AMD hadn't had the supply chain issues they did, AMD could have taken huge advantage of that period of time and taken a huge amount of the gaming segment from Nvidia GPUs. Unfortunately, they didn't. They did, however, take a giant fat chunk of Intel's market share during that period. I think there's probably like a long short arbitrage play there between Nvidia and AMD. Like AMD is massively undervalued for the percentage of the like AI market share that they're going to have compared to Nvidia, right? If I were an institution right now, I would probably be short Nvidia, long AMD. That increase to MSRP is making their inventories pile up, but they rerouted their inventories this quarter. They're repurposed. They're not the same inventory that they, so now it doesn't look like a fat bag anymore. It looks like a big pile of potential money. What's AMD's PE? I mean, bloated right now, but I don't know. I think like actually, I'm not sure. Mm. 448. Price to sales is much more moderate though, 7.5. Nvidia is being valued at like 28 times price to sales. Why does WeBull show 495? I don't know. I'm just looking at trading views. They should be calculated the same though. Total common shares outstanding on AMD is 1.61 billion. So price per share for AMD is $119.20. And diluted EPS. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, it's because their diluted EPS is negative. That's why it's showing such like a crazy fucking multiple. Their trailing 12-month diluted EPS is 0.24 right now, but the last 3 quarters have been like 4 cents to negative 9 cents. So it's you know kind of like PE is artificially inflated. But yeah, it's 496.66 is their PE ratio. Would you fully hedge your GME position before earnings? Go delta neutral or not really? Neither of those. That doesn't sound very enticing at all. I have like basically no cost basis left. I don't really care what happens at GME earnings. Does this appear a classical distribution on Nvidia? Maybe SPY dump once this jig is up? Maybe. It's a little distributive. There's a lot of short interest coming in and a lot of calls being sold both out and in the money. So I would say that it's likely we see some downside on Nvidia soon. Maybe the next couple of weeks. I don't know how much downside. I'm not saying it's going to like $200 or anything right now, but yeah, maybe below like 370 to 350 over the next few weeks. Just based on the positioning that's coming in today. Obviously that can change, but so far it doesn't look super bullish anywhere. It's extremely overbought, right? But it stayed overbought from its quarter 4 earnings all the way through quarter 1 earnings for the most part, and very, very few drawdowns. What happens if UBS doesn't get a deal with the Swiss government? Do they just collapse too? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows how fucked they are on the CS acquisition. They're not happy about it. They've been vocally unhappy about it publicly on several occasions now. She's the CFO. I can't remember her name. How long do you think before Nvidia back to 300? A full quarter to undo last night's pump? Could be. Oh. Colette Cress. Oh, yeah. PiFi, you're in an all cash position. Is it worth selling 30 DTE GME CSPs? Or would it be smarter to wait till GME price falls more? How's the skew? Like 30 DTE? I mean 30 DTE is kind of illiquid. If you can get a good fill, maybe. What price are you trying to get? Put skews mildly advantageous right now. It's not amazing or anything, but it's okay. $17 to $18? $18. God, the OI is really low. We're getting like a 2.2% yield. It's not terrible, but it's not fantastic either. Sometimes it's better to wait till the prices are a little closer to the money and the skew's favorable. Like if I wanted to sell CSPs on GME and like get a buy-in at 17 or 18, I'd probably wait till it was trading at 17 or 18. Because then you can get the shares for less, right? If it doesn't drop below and you get assigned. Reading Intelligent Investor, if you try to follow valuation metrics, everything is so bloated. How do you trade in a market like this? Fixed income? I mean, that you do what all the big investors are doing, right? You move to money markets and you move to fixed income because everything's overvalued. That's why there's no capital flow into equities right now. There's value. You have to dig deeper for it and you have to take more risk on it. You know, this isn't Graham's day and age. This isn't Buffett's day and age. The speed of information is far faster now than it used to be. So finding value is harder and requires a higher risk tolerance than it once did. Now, don't get me wrong, there are periods of the market where value can be found without taking as much risk. But they're shorter. How much do you fixed income? What's that? How much do you think what's going on is capital outflow from China going into Western markets? That's possible. I'm sure there's some of that. Who's finding value in Nvidia at these prices? Well, everybody who was long yesterday. It's the hottest stock in the market right now, and you don't want to be the guy who sold first right before it goes up another $500 billion, right? It can take quite a while for sunk cost fallacy to take hold. Look at Tesla. I think I'm in love with you. I'm not sure. I got stopped out of the puts I bought earlier. Going to practice patience now. Arguably harder than anything. Kiss his lips, touch his hips. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is today's bounce bearish considering how low volume it is and that it hasn't pushed up past open? Moderately. I mean, longer term put positioning is coming in, just not a lot on the shorter term. So Nvidia is the new GME? No, Nvidia has actual value. Kenny made a lot more on Nvidia than retail did, Big Dilly style, or on GME than retail did. if Nvidia were the new GameStop and we're the new Kenny, that sounds awesome to me. I don't think YouTubers have ever gotten paid for pumping stocks. We'll know if Nvidia is new meme once Gensler makes a video about it. I don't think a lot of retail owns Nvidia. I think it's mostly institutional ownership. Tell me why I shouldn't short Meta. I don't have a bull case, dork. I've got nothing for you. Irrationality can persist longer than you can remain solvent. You still feeling good about your Tesla June puts? Yeah, I'm feeling okay about them. Should I average down? No, it's up to you. Today's not really providing a lot of information for the long term. I called in sick from work today to frolic in the fields and listen to your voice, and wait till 2 p.m. when the pump begins. I understand. God damn it. Sorry, one sec. All right. I think it's better to hedge with QQQ versus SPX or SPY tonight. Could be. Yeah. Did you see this chart I sent you on the Discord? No. The fuck is this? I don't even know what stock this is. What the fuck am I gonna do with that? It's Dixie? Couldn't you have drawn a... Okay. What about it? It's... You do know you just drew the channel incorrectly in order to ignore the breakout that's already occurred? It's the chart since October. Yeah, I see that. It says on the side. Whatever. I see which chart it is. The channel's not drawn correctly. The TA is wrong. I drew that before the breakout. Okay. I don't know the time you chose to draw it makes. I mean, it's just wrong. I'm not trying to be like rude or insulting. What time frame is it on? The 2-hour chart? I mean, your downtrend is here, right? Like the lower trend. Even if the upper trend were here, which it's not, right? Because the upper trend would have been drawn to the next peak. Because this is consolidating, right? And you also have a flat line, like resistance. This is, I mean, it's bullish. You should really try not to focus on these like volatility spikes. They're not relevant, right? Like you're much better off trying to focus on where the volume is in the trend than you know, random volatility spikes that briefly break it. Foot cleaning intensifies. What's your price? 105? Dear God, what the fuck is that? Everyone stop sending me your TA. This isn't like TA review day, all right? I don't want to look at that shit. Oh, is Janet opening her mouth today? What time? What's Windsor presser? Bring your TA to work day. Put Gork intraday cup and handle. Doesn't Jamie have 500k ETF FTDs today? Yes. 520 or 30, I think. Something like that. Market gonna be flat as fuck on Monday. Market's gonna be closed as fuck on Monday. What an exciting fucking day of mostly nothing. Maybe when options get cheaper, people will start buying them again. My fax sheet is now covered in wax from trying to send you my crayon line TA I printed out from Microsoft Paint. Do you have the correct fax number? Are you selling any 1DT SPX spreads? No. Can we put VIX up in lieu of Nvidia? Why do you think it's more interesting? Because I'll tell you right now, it's not. Is is that bearish, Dork? It just looks flat. I don't want to chase it. What? Look at this, man. What the actual fuck is this bullshit? You're gonna hate it. All right, so here's one, right? And then look at this. Oh, fuck you. If it's any consolation, guys, just know that Dork's as bad at TA as the rest of you. I just signed up for a WeBull account. Fidelity trailing stop limits have fucked me for the last time. You know, WeBull just doesn't have trailing stops on options at all, right? It looks bearish, but it's like surprise bearish, low confidence. Vega. There is no Vega. It does. It looks. Yeah, it does look. I will agree. It looks low confidence, but it also doesn't look very bearish. Oh, you're saying like surprise Vega? So I should buy 41.25 P's. I will say this is better than the beginning of May, where like 2 days after the drop, we just traded up before dropping again. This time we're trading flat. But the 1 minute's not bearish yet. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for it to, because it's gonna bounce, right? It's gonna test like fucking 41.40 bounce. Yeah, you'll see. I'll show you. Oh, today I've got time, Mr. Wizard. Upstart is dumping finally. I can't wait to put 50% of my port in at $15. Don't when okay, guys, when you DCA into a position, that doesn't mean half port YOLO the first time it hits a low price that you like. You're supposed to DCA over time, right? You know, you buy some at like 15, 14, 13. Maybe you get some at 12 and you can like buy a lot more there. And then maybe like 13.50 on the way back up, you know. And then you get like an average cost basis. Like, did GME not teach anybody anything when everybody full port YOLO'd at $320? Tell that to your dual position. Listen, fuck you. All right, just actually fuck you. My SAX cost basis is 48.1862. Okay. Do you just never mind. Yeah, someone brought up Dole salty shawarma, but like a really mean way. It wasn't nice. Are the Bears gonna break on through to the other side? No. I bought my 20K shares in one fell swoop. Good for you, man. HBM is the new Dole. No, it's not. HBM is a moderately undervalued copper miner that has leveraged exposure to spot price, which currently sucks. They do have a tiny dividend, though. The 41.25 put interest is increasing too soon. Is Zim a good entry right now? I wouldn't ever buy that piece of shit. You do know that first of all, the dividend isn't guaranteed. Second of all, you have to pay Israeli taxes on the dividend, so it's the yield is not as high as it appears. Also, the company sucks. Can we finally permanently switch GME to Upstart, or will people's heads explode? I don't know, man. I still own GME. I like to watch its chart. I put all my money in computer shares so they can DCA at the worst possible price for me. We've been shopping at 150 range on SCX for about 2 months. Yeah. Are you outperforming Jeppy for the year? Yeah, that's not really hard to do, man. Upstart's just dying right now. It's going to be depressing to watch. At least GME earnings is near. I mean, it's not depressing to watch if you have covered calls and protective puts, right? It's just depressing to watch if you're only long. How is 4125 P interest building too soon? I think this is going to bounce. Well, it did bounce, but I think it's going to maybe bounce a little more. Yeah, probably retest like 41, 48 before we move down. So they bought puts too early at too high a price, and they'll probably get stopped out on a move back above gamma or yeah, like fast gamma. Do you have another SPX chart off screen with a lot more lines? I have a SPX chart with a lot fewer lines. I have like 3 SPX charts. 4? 5? 5. What the fuck is this? Thank you for your recent service inquiry. I don't fucking inquire about any services. What the fuck? What if all the major CIOs watch this channel? What would you say to them if they were? Ha. Do you ever get the SPX chart magnetically attached to your fridge? Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't click it. I'm not an idiot. What's going to be more important tomorrow? Month over month PCE or year over year? Neither. The market doesn't understand what either one of them means. How many hundreds of dollars in the money do you plan for your June 16 3500s? I just wanted VIX to go to 25. I wasn't even being like ambitious with them. What's the tail of the 0.2 delta hedge? JFresh hedged 10 bear call spreads that were in the money with 1.2 delta fucking Nvidia call. No, he's not broke. I think he's actually profitable overall. I mean, it's 10 calls, but I don't think his spreads were very wide. So I think he had like $5 spreads. So maybe like 5,000 max risk. And then he bought one fucking call and hedged the whole position. Hi, yes, we've been trying to reach you about debt cleaning services. We're extending to your community and also for geese for a limited time offer of one Nvidia 300C. You too can have clean decks. I'd prefer to clean my own deck. Thanks. Let's not forget his pants pooping risk. I mean, that's still on the table, right? Network sends out a ton of fake phishing emails in an attempt to test our security practices, but I also report any corporate communications as phish attempts just so IT knows how safe I am. How much experience or skill does it take to make mistakes and still make money? Or do you just always lose 10 to 20% of the plays interim, but figure a way to net positive by expiry? I mean, not always. It really depends on your time horizon for a play, right? Obviously, the longer a position is going to be held, the more management it's going to take, right? Shorter, like zero DTs. There's very little like positional management going on. Is Jimmy more likely to go down or up? Is flat an option? Right? What makes tomorrow important if the market can't understand what PCE data is? Just because the market doesn't understand PCE doesn't mean it doesn't have an impact. Maybe it'll have more of one this time with the Fed being a little more non-transparent with their next decision, but I somehow doubt it. I literally just think that there's fund managers that don't understand the impact of of PCE at all. I mean, given how bad some of the PCE data has been in the past and like the market zero reaction to it, I would say that they do not factor it in to what they estimate the Fed's decision to be. Whenever someone asks why I didn't respond to an email, I tell them I just thought it was phishing. So buy shares and sell CCs. You could short strangle. It's kind of what I'm doing right now. It's like 2025. It's not great money, but it's all right. Good PCE rockets us to 4,300. No. I don't think anything's pushing us up to 4,300. If we didn't break 4,200 last time and stay above it, I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna break it this time. I know markets close Monday. But not buy GME shares at the current high price, right? Just sell CSPs until assigned, then sell CCs. Yeah, I wouldn't buy GME at this price. I think it's too high. Are they going to push us above 4160? No, I don't think so. Maybe I should have just played the bounce. I knew it was going to bounce, but then I didn't buy a call. Huh. That was stupid. Gork, my port is dead. Good job, Popcorn Trader. Back to normalcy. Yeah, you almost made money yesterday. What the fuck was that about? I direct all work emails to a mailing list and ignore all emails I want directly to me for work until the email until they email the mailing list. Okay. Nice, Smooth Ape. Do you still have your Nvidia Jan puts open? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure they could be worth any less. Do you have any thoughts for Costco earnings tonight? Reminder if you need to hedge any calls you have out. I don't have any calls open on Costco right now. No, I wonder if they're going to continue to see contraction actually. Their earnings might not be so hot. They've been losing a little bit of market share lately. And consumer sentiment's been like rock bottom over the last quarter. So, yeah, I don't think Costco is going to be doing too well. More and more people pulling back to just buying essentials, which is a big part of their revenue, but not enough of it. Here's something that I'm kind of using. This is biased, super biased. But last year at this time when I went to Costco, they have like the summer section, right? Where like they have like patio furniture and like outdoor pools and like play shit, right? And like parents go in there and they buy it all. Last year that whole section was constantly just sold out of everything, right? This year fully stocked. Now, some of that's the supply chain, but some of it's also just people aren't buying or making discretionary purchases, right? And those purchases drive a lot of retail revenue. And I think that's and the Costco that I go to is I would say primarily shopped at by very wealthy people. And they're cutting back. And then the poor people, are trying to kill each other for $7 eggs. You're welcome. AMD PE is ridiculously high right now. Yes, it is, Chief. But I don't think PE is the best way to look at their current valuation. Price to sales is probably better. And if you consider their price to sales, they're massively they're trading at a massive discount to Nvidia, right? The price to sales for AMD's trailing 12 months is 7.84. Nvidia's like 28.24. I mean, a lot of their PE being so high is because their EPS has been lower over like the last 3 quarters. So they're doing like a diluted per share EPS of like 24 cents. Picking up any puts here? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Not yet. Right? Well, hmm. Maybe I am. Smart. Smart to wait. Fuck, man, I really don't want to I just don't want to play today at all. It's so shitty. I'd be a lot more excited for this if the downside potential was like greater than 41.35. Hmm. If the future sell-off is weaker here, all right. Okay, I got an okay price. I still think I bought in too soon though. I should put a stop on this. Smart. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, NQ. Okay, NQ tested 4,000. Not a lot more interest on the call side there. Yes. Rejecting a little bit. Raise this up to like 50. Okay. Thoughts on my $500 weeklies on Costco? I'm gonna hedge before close. Jesus Christ. Um, are we bear flagging from yesterday? A little bit. $41.55. But there's no puts, right? $41.50. Hmm. What if call volume picks up here, though? Am I on the wrong side of this trade? Hmm. Maybe not. I'm just worried, like, it's a really advantageous place for calls to come in, even though there aren't a lot of them, right? So I think either this rejects hard, or call buyers are about to get far more emboldened. I want to take on risk there. 20%? Okay, so I got rejected. That was a really dangerous entry, though. Good entry. Fantastic, but dangerous as fuck. Still is if we don't break under 41.50. The uncertainty is crazy, and then on top of that, the volatility can pick up here, and you can't take a lot of risk on the stop because there's so much like danger in the upside potential. No, but sometimes futures can give you some indication of that, Darb. They can help you. They can definitely help you make a better assessment. Oh, I would. I'm definitely not interested in buying AMD anywhere near this price. I should live futures just for volume. It's not that expensive. I mean, you can always get like a broker that has it, and then make like a minimum deposit, and then you don't have to pay any monthlies, right? Like IBKR or something. You pay like $1 or $2 a month for live futures data, as long as you keep like 500 in a margin account. ATP has it for free for futures. I thought ATP didn't have futures. There you go. Oh, VIX. Okay. Hmm. And if this was the stop hunt, that's really bullish. But that might have just been profit taking. Or bearish, rather. Sorry. I love overpaying for tech stocks that rush into every hype phrase with billions of dollars and make promises to generate exponential returns in the short term. That's why I invest in Invesco QQQ. Nothing like buying tech at the top, right? Yeah, I've messed with it. I don't like Gexbot. It's frequently like misprints like the data, and their like volume OI calculations are kind of shitty, right? Like they tend to be a little bit inaccurate when compared to well, better data. They're like Gexbot's inaccurate when compared to like trading vol, and they have all kinds of problems. Yeah, it seems misleading. Yeah, I don't think it's a very good tool. What's this? Man, you should really fix your bank account balance. I'm weekly strangling Costco. Am I gonna win? I mean, they could just report flat. Strangles generally aren't very good on Costco, and their options are expensive, but you might win. You're gonna need a big move. What's your take on IEP? I just don't see Icon rolling over and letting the shorts dance on his grave here. Yeah, I don't either. I personally would never try to short Carl fucking Icahn. Especially not his fund. There's a lot he can do to fuck the short sellers, and I don't think any of them are above his moral high ground. Google looking heavy. What kind of heavy? Just fat. It does look fat. Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Wendy's dumpster. Take me home, old glory hole. It's added spicy now since Ackman has piped in, throwing shade on Icon's fund. Yeah, but you'll notice that Bill Ackman is fucking has said repeatedly that he's not shorting Icon's fund. His shareholders will fucking bail on him if he gets into another fight with Icon. I hate it when I get banned from all the YouTube channels. Have you tried changing your personality? How long would you hold 40% of your trading portfolio in 119.24 SPY 200Ps? 0 minutes. Costco earnings usually aren't very exciting. Maybe. You might get lucky. I don't really like playing earnings. And you have to deal with IV crush, don't forget. I'm just playing calls, entering the derivatives market like a sloth. Anything you're eyeballing next? I missed the Nvidia conversation. I'm not really doing anything on Nvidia right now. I did want to keep an eye on it. There's probably some short side opportunity there over the next like couple weeks. As long holders reposition into short calls and profit taking occurs. But I think most of the calls that are in the money right now are probably dated for like 616. So it may be a while till it bleeds off. And by then it could be very stabilized in this range. What do you think of PayPal in this range? I went long PayPal. Was it last week? I took profits when it tested. What was it, like 62 or 63, something like that. I think they're not a very good company, personally. Was that the Herbalife fight? Yeah. Poor play of the day. 0 DTE, QQQ, 340. Counterpoint. What if it breaks up? What would it take for Nvidia to go under? I missed the rest of it. Any thoughts on Dork's 4125 TA? Now I'm trying to believe in his skills since I sold my calls. We'll see. I mean, I would very much like SPX to go to 4125 right now. I don't know if it'll go to 4125, but 4145 doesn't seem out of the question. Then we see if we get a breakdown, right? We got a long way to go before then. If the bear flag for the day breaks down, then sure, yeah, there's some put interest at 4125. Quite a lot of it. Do you think the words tech and bubble are going to become synonymous? Like a tubble? To noise? I don't think there is a bull PCE. But either way, I don't think the market's reaction is going to be very positive. Not to the PCE data. I frankly don't think the market gives a shit nor understands PCE data. I think only the Fed cares about it. And I'm pretty sure at this point most market participants probably expect the Fed to raise again, regardless of what's being actually priced in. Is assigned capital Inc. from GME better spent elsewhere with more opportunities, such as Upstart at 13 or BTU for income strats using monthly CCs? I mean, covered calls on GME pay better than BTU. The advantage of BTU is that it's got very very good cash flows. It's exposed to commodities, and we're moving into possibly a drawn out recession, right? Upstart is very similar to Jamie, except a little more illiquid and a little more volatile due to the float size. Okay. So another test. Ew. Well, that's only $2 higher though. Huh. All right, the call interest is kind of the same there. No big changes on that. Okay. I just wanted to see if this was gonna like retest the upper trend because it started to pick up a little bit of momentum. It'd be cool if we failed 4160 though. Yeah. Excuse me. It took me quickly getting quickly banned on other channels to make me realize how patient you are. Tolerant. I don't know if it has anything to do with patience. I'm pretty impatient with you. I'm just tolerant of your highly autistic personality. Tubble is a heloscope. The advantage of BTU compared to GME is that it has actual upside value. Some, yeah. I mean, don't go buying into BTU thinking it's going to be worth $50 someday, though. Coal is still not popular, right? It'll probably always trade at some discount, like tobacco. Gherk entering those puts. This little maneuver is going to cost us 51 years. Maybe. You could if you want to. I'm sure you'll get an opportunity to get out of him, given that Jamie doesn't want to seem to trade any higher. Yeah, this is about the price I sold covered calls at yesterday. I think, right? Pretty close. What happened with Amazon? What? Oh, they weren't mentioned in the Nvidia earnings call because they very clearly stated that they had no intention to deploy any of their systems in their data centers in the near future. You know, just the biggest cloud provider in the world saying we're not going to buy that crap. No big deal. $1 billion. $1 trillion. BTU back to 30 on good earnings seem too far out of reach this year. No. They're still kind of embroiled in the issues with like the shipping in Australia, but I think those are getting better. I mean, we haven't heard any like really bad news this last quarter. The prior quarter had that fire, which kind of uh, upset operations a little bit, but this quarter appears to be going a little more swimmingly. So no, I don't think 30 is out of the question. Even like 35 or 40 is not out of the question. I mean, their cash flow is very good, and they're still doing a share buyback, right? So I think there's plenty of opportunities there, but there's definitely some you know, there's going to be a persistent negative sentiment that surrounds the stock. So it'll always be a little more active to the downside. It'll have a little harder time breaking out. Um, I mean, coal production globally is winding down, and coal usage is probably nearing its peaks. Most countries, like as China gets more and more of its nuclear power facilities online, then coal demand is going to drop massively. China and India are the two largest consumers of coal. Maybe a little advantage in the market over the next like 12 months as Germany reactivates some coal power plants in order to offset near-term energy demand, right? But I don't think they'll do that for long. Coal always have a buyer. Santa Claus, touche. I mean, most of the time, like condors are pretty safe on SPX intraday, but every once in a while you get blown out pretty hard. Sometimes you get blown out pretty hard a few days in a row, and that can set you back quite a lot. You're getting 60% return on risk, like 30 to 60% return on risk, and you hit max risk 3 days in a row. That's 3 more days of selling before you're back at break even, right? So it can be difficult, but I mean, if well managed, there's money to be made. I'm focused on 30 right now until new info. Germany's gonna be a coal buyer forever right now. I mean, that's one of the reasons. Well, like, I'm long coal, right? But I'm also long uranium because coal is going to reduce. Like, coal usage is going to reduce over time. Uranium demand is going to increase. However, coal has plenty of supply. Uranium, not so much. There's probably a really good argument for Putin's war in Ukraine on the uranium front. If he were to take over Ukraine, he would have a land route to Kazakhstan. Which would make him by far the largest control. He would control the majority of uranium interest. I think Russia's number 8, Kazakhstan's number 1, so combined it'd be whew, big deal. They do. Interesting. Is that mountainous? Oh, broke up. Um, Interesting. Why did I think Kazakhstan was Uzbekistan? They do. There's mountains there, right? I guess they from Volgorod. That's fun. Volume came in too. Did the deal happen or something? I don't think so. Big futures buy. I told you there was an advantage for the fucking longs there, Dork. Speculation on a deal? The fuck does that mean? Biden said they would freeze spending for 2 years. That's bearish as fuck. I know. That's why it's fun. Biden says Speaker McCarthy and I have had several productive conversations on debt ceiling. Says it's time for Congress to act now on the debt ceiling. Saying we all agree there will be no default. Jesus Christ, we're gonna go into a recession with a spending cap. Actually, wait, hold on. Aren't we? Aren't we just officially in a recession now? Then hold on. 25% reduction in GDP, right? That's a recession. Am I wrong, Dork? It's a massive recession. Yeah. No, not extra steps. I mean, government spending increases are responsible for like 20 to 25% of GDP over the last 10 years in the US. Lower than a lot of other countries, but no, not the same time as the GDP data. I'm thinking about the 2-year effect of a government spending freeze on GDP moving forward. That must mean they don't believe they can service the debt even with increases. Bearish as all fuck. It's pretty fucking bearish. There'll be about 2 to 4 million job losses on government contracts. I need to look at the unemployment report. I'm not sure how much of an increase that would represent. I think it's a freeze on spending increases. Yeah, I know. But government subsidization is how we stay out of or reduce the length of a recession. Popcorn. I mean, obviously, we don't know anything until a deal's finalized. It's a 25% reduction in GDP growth. Forward growth, yeah. Not an immediate 25% reduction in GDP. But moving forward, yeah, 25% reduction in increased growth from government spending. This means Nvidia will have 650 trillion in revenue by Q3 2023. You know it. Why wouldn't Nvidia do a share offering here? They already have a shelf offer open for 10 billion. They might increase that. They should. Any idea how much Nvidia generates from the government as far as their forward projected earnings? No. I don't know what contracts they have with the U.S. government. I know JFresh was saying the Department of Energy was investing heavily into like artificial or supercomputers. Not so much AI, but you check out Nasdaq's rising wedge. On what time frame? Today's not a time frame. Okay. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, upwards consolidation is bearish. Hmm. NQ's trying to break 14,000. That's its highest level since April of 2022. It could fail that test. Failed it earlier today, though. Well, last night, I guess. Is that Monday? Oh, failed it on Monday. Sort of. Not quite. Today's an actual test. I don't like UU or CCJ. CCJ, I think, tends to generally be a little overvalued. Okay, 41.50, 45.40 selling off. 41.55, 60, 41.65 increasing. Still a lot of 41.50 puts though. Decent number of 41.60 puts. I think lower high. The politicians just confirmed the USA won't be #1 a decade from now. SPX to 4,300? No, it's not that extreme. I'd like to request a Nvidia sell-off into close. Okay, noted. With few threats of U.S. credit downgrade, the likelihood of a downgrade seems a bit inevitable regardless of a default. Kind of like 2011, right? Or is there more to the consideration? I don't think a downgrade is inevitable. All right, if the situation's resolved in a timely manner, downgrade's unlikely. I thought about it a little, and I didn't want to expose myself to the IV crush that bad, so I sold the call side for a profit. I'm leaving the put side because they'll probably miss. Costco, am I winning? Probably better than trying to play earnings, although still losing money on the put if they don't miss. If they do freeze spending increases for 2 years but increase the debt ceiling, how do you think the market reacts? Short-term bull, medium-term v bear? Might just be bearish across the board, right? I mean, the second they raise the debt ceiling, Yellen's going to start issuing securities. They've got like $250 billion debt payment due for the second fiscal quarter. Was this just volatility? Yeah, it seems to be mostly based on like the news that just came out from like Biden and about the debt ceiling negotiations. Costco's gonna crush earnings. I snuck a buddy in with my membership last week, and he spent like $200. These pumpies seem more like repositioning than the recent zero DTE pumps. I don't think there's a lot of repositioning here. At least none that's super noticeable just yet. Maybe a little more call interest at 41.75 that came in. Although that doesn't seem much higher than it was. Hmm. People getting ready to sell puts, maybe? 41.40, 41.45, still very much overextended. What price are you thinking we fall to? Like 41.45, maybe 41.40. I'm not even sure we fall that much. Call profitability's picked up here a little bit, which is going to push puts off the chain. When the Treasury starts to issue bonds or cash reserves, bond prices should drop and yields would not go up. No, yields would go up. Looking into 2011, part of the downgrade was due to lack of timeliness of passing the resolution. I'm aware. That's why we got a warning from Fitch last night about a downgrade. It puts us very close to the X date. But the X date can be pushed off, right? Like if Republicans feel like ground is being made in negotiations, it's very possible that like an extension is passed, right? What's the smallest margin above a CC strike that you've been assigned on? Like a penny? Who the fuck just said yields won't go up? I think he was asking. I don't think he was stating. Does Lily act like Cat? Takes time to move. Yeah, it does take a lot of time to move. Will June's be soon enough? Soon enough for some, maybe not soon enough for others, but there's still the next couple weeks are very significant, right? So it's up to you. You can always buy more theta. It never hurts to have more. I don't know how advantageous more theta is. I'm typically very calm, but some things, Girk, there are lines that must not be crossed. don't ever tell Mr. Poopy Pants that yields won't go up. Isn't this all just hype? I always understood that the Constitution calls for debts to be paid first. Prioritization of payments means there's no chance we default on debt in the near term. There's no chance of a true default. You can still get a technical default by not having a resolution pushed through fast enough. And a technical default means rating downgrades on US government bonds, which is bad, really, really fucking bad. After this news, are you more or less bearish? I'm not sure it changes a lot of my outlook. I mean, as far as the market's concerned, if a resolution seems more likely, then less risk will be priced in, which could, stabilize our downside momentum that we've had for the last couple of days, as it's kind of doing, right? There could be near-term bullish sentiment on that side. That's definitely a possibility. The reason I ask this is because June is about to hit 20 DTE. I know. It's probably better to have more theta on things that are out of the money. If you're gonna stay in it, I mean, I'm kind of like break even on Lily. I might just close it out. Dude, Nvidia just went up 30%. It was the 7th largest company in the world. How do you think JPOW is feeling right now? I'd imagine the same way he's felt for the last 6 months. Like he didn't do enough fast enough. Which is arguably true. Big call side capitulations here. That's interesting. But 65, 75 picking up. 65, 75, 80 picking up. 45, 40 selling off. Split sentiment on the call side. The fuck happens when we go to the holiday weekend with no deal? Things get a lot worse. Possible they're sold calls? Could be, I don't know yet. It's too hard when the quantities are that great. It's too hard to tell intraday. $75s might be. Those seem a little, well, I mean, they're still below gamma neutral. They could be long. It's not completely unreasonable. No, I'm not gonna do anything. I'd probably, actually, I might go to like my friend's barbecue for Memorial Day. We'll see. I hate going there. It's like a bunch of people I used to work with, and like, no, not my family. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I feel that an extension would add more of a negative perspective to the current situation from the credit agency side, even though it does push off the possibility of default. No, probably not. We've had plenty of debt ceiling extensions without any negative downgrades. What it would do is probably increase the likelihood that the Fed moves forward with more rate hikes, though. I don't think Street Fighter 6 isn't out yet. That was just the open beta. The game's not released until June. Like next week, I think. Okay, so these are now profitable on the spread that I lost on earlier. I still need this to drop down to like 41.40. Well, 45. 45, and then I actually make money on them. I've bought them 3 fucking times now. Ooh, interesting. Is ES gonna fail 4160? Alright, out of the money calls selling off a little bit, but in the money calls, 41, 45, and 45 being bought. So they're trying to keep the price from falling more. How effective is that? Or sell in the money calls? Maybe. Could be bearish. Ooh, that's very nice. It's 1,000. I feel like this could reverse quickly. This is intense. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Cool. I got my money back, and then some. Everyone is leaving Washington as we speak. No one came to the conclusion that we were going to 41.25 today. I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't even think that we can. I think 41.35 is kind of like where any downside movement would halt here unless the 41.45 and 40s sell off completely. Which they might do. There's a shitload of support right here. $41.80 is gamma neutral. I think it's a little higher. $41.86. 41, 42, 50, where a lot of calls are stacked up, is fast gamma right here. And then this, like 40, 41, 45 and 41, 40 are, it's nothing but calls. So unless those capitulate, there's really no downside below gamma, like below fast gamma right now. They might capitulate. That's why I'm buying these contracts, but they may not. And they definitely won't without at least a small bounce. Probably back up to like, I should probably pull this back a little. Actually. Probably back up to like at least 41.50. Yeah, I don't see any so far. None of the 41.45s or 41.40s are closing. Some of them may be sold. There are some puts at that strike, but not many. Most of the puts that are in, like, well, negative gamma doesn't start below until we get below 41.40. Yeah, right now nothing's moving. I don't know what Nvidia is doing right now. I'm not watching it. Slid pretty hard there. Nvidia's probably going to have a lot of scalp opportunities over the next like 2 days around VWAP. If you're smart and you play out the money, there's probably a lot of money to be made there while everybody repositions. VWAP on Nvidia right now is, I mean, I just mean like intraday. 382.56. If you're smart, there lies the issue. Well, I mean, you don't want to be greedy with it because range is kind of limited, right? And so buying too far out of the money is really risky. But there's enough interest and enough repositioning going on that it's very likely to visit like the high and low of its range repeatedly. Breaking: United States is put on review for downgrade in credit by credit rating agency DBRS Morningstar. That's 2 of them now. This is bullish, right? Yeah. Absolutely. I managed to purchase far out of the money calls on Nvidia yesterday, 372.50, which made 3,182%. I mean, fuck, you went really far out of the money. That's awesome that those actually printed, though. Congratulations, JW. All right, SPX 4300 starting to look more and more likely. No. Don't say that. Even in jest, people will think you're serious, like 41.25. I don't know. Are the bulls buying any leaps? $41.25 end of day is a lock. Not unless we break down. Come on, calls. Sell off. What the fuck? Wait, Dork wasn't serious? I just full ported SPX 4300 calls for 527. Lightning can't strike you 15 times, right, Venseg? Bulls on Twitter be like, big cap stocks always go up on Fridays. Bulls say a lot of really stupid shit. So do bears, but maybe it's more specific to Twitter. People on Twitter say a lot of stupid shit. Absolutisms are dangerous in the market. Would you be targeting moves for Nvidia to go above and below VWAP, or is it an intraday determination? Have you been here 2 years and you don't know how to use VWAP as a trading signal? AJ? I'm not happy I got assigned a month early on my 15 CCs. Really? You got premiums and you got your money? Why are you unhappy? So you're liquid and you got you captured the entirety of the run. And you probably lost on the spread, but I liked my 12.59 cost basis. Don't worry, if they fuck up the debt ceiling, you'll get it back. He's been here long enough to be scared to ask. There's been quite a lot of volatility in Nvidia's price action today. It's traded from, I mean, in the pre-market it hit like 399, opened, dropped to 360. It's traded up to 390 twice and dropped back down to 380 three times. So I would say it's quite volatile, Effer. I don't know what you expect, but that's a lot of fucking price volatility. And given that everyone's repositioning after the options chain got absolutely fucking blown out yesterday, it's very unlikely it sees any consistent directional move for at least a couple more days. I don't know. It's getting weaker, but the 41.45 and 41.40 calls aren't capitulating at all. So I don't know if I don't know if like Delta's being sold at those levels, but they're not fucking moving. And it's a lot of gamma. And partially due to its moneyness and proximity of expiration, but it's still a lot. Now, as the day progresses a little more, Charm could see those levels break down. We're not seeing any out of the money call buying, right? So that's relevant. So they're not supporting them with any other positioning. And so yeah, I mean as we approach the end of the day and the market maker sheds the hedge on those, then they may collapse. But for now, we've still got like an hour and 15 minutes or so. I think the market makers are afraid of all my $17 and $18 CSPs on GME. I doubt it. So, AJ, if you notice, Nvidia just double topped on VWAP and is getting rejected. That's bearish. So is declining revenue and stagnant inventory. Yet here we are. Well, I didn't say it was fair. That was a nice bull trap. Rough. I don't know. Maybe, I guess you could say it was a stop loss hunt. Not much of one. Kathy Woods closed out of her Nvidia position in January before the $560 billion surge. Jesus. I mean, during periods of consolidation, volatility tends to be higher, so you want to set your stops wider. Unless you're profitable, and then you want to set your stops closer. What's the downside of getting a June 16 or longer at the money straddle for Nvidia? This thing's gonna break in either direction. I mean, you could do that as long as you manage it. You could see a lot of drawdown on one side or the other, though. And generally, you know, price volatility is going to contract over time until you get a directional breakout. But I mean, I don't think like an at the money straddle's bad. You could definitely make money on it. I think the opportunity will be there. Their fucking options are expensive as shit, though. Nvidia Ivy's crushing. It's crushing pretty hard. So as we approach the last hour of the day, market maker will do something with positioning to reduce call profitability. I mean, it doesn't reduce call profitability. The calls expire today. So the market maker will begin to unwind its hedge as delta decays. Right? So as you approach expiration, delta also decays to 0, which means that you have, as a market maker, you have to hedge less and less of it. So unless more calls come in to maintain a higher delta hedge, or they start rolling calls over into tomorrow, which is usually what they do, then the charm will decay and the position will be deleveraged. Check DM. Oh, Doric, you silly bitch! What are you doing? I'm not actively listening right now because I'm dropping the daily double in a Costco, but I gotta tell you, the lines out there are long. Huh. What, wait, to the bathroom or to the registers? Nice, Rims and Tims. Congrats, man. I don't know, just thinking about something. I see that. $1.50 glizzy all day. I mean, the time horizon's appropriate. The strike might not be. Dear God. Don't say these things to me. I have a long history of buying too many puts on Meta Dork. It's my trigger ticker. We're gonna break 41.45 or what? Gherk. 41.40, 41.45 is a solid wall of calls and will be very, very hard, if not impossible, to break down through. Chat, when are we breaking 41.45? Hmm. I hate people so much. Why do I do this every day? Futures will have to probably sell off. Or we have to wait for more charm and hope that nobody keeps buying calls. Or they don't roll the calls out till tomorrow while they're in the money. Don't forget, earlier today, when a lot of them were bought, they were out of the money. $41.35 puts are okay. They're not very impressive, though. Google it. Gork, win Black Swan. I inverse myself and bought Nvidia calls instead of puts. I would have over 100k profit at open. I'm kicking myself thinking I was so close to breaking out of poverty. Why didn't you hedge your puts though? A little, even just a tiny bit. Reduce some of the upside risk. It's hard, you know. What did I say last night? It was very enlightened. The hardest part about hedging is admitting that you are fallible. But if you can get past that and understand that the market's chaotic, and no matter how right you think you are, you can still be massively wrong. It'll help you a lot. Hedged and broke even. That's fucking awesome. Don't complain about fucking metaphysical milk being spilt. Metaphorical milk. What if I'm not fallible? You are. I've seen your technical analysis. If Gork hadn't forced me to spend my last $5 on a super chat, I would have bought a 400 call and had a yacht today. Congrats, guys. If you did, congratulations. Metaphysical milk band name. It's all yours, dude. I don't hedge because my mom told me I was perfect. I only lost 10k on Nvidia puts, which is the least I've lost on our rug pulls. You would never hedge. I would never expect you to do the right thing with your position, half square. For all the video game whiners out there, Costco has Zelda for $59.99. Oh, fuck, that's kind of bullish. In stock? God, Buddha, and Ganesh walk into a bar. They all order milk. Let's get a round of likes as celebration. Thanks, Ending. If you guys could drop a like, it helps. Metaphysically milked the bull with my hedge. Nice, Nedog. Fidelity made me switch my port goals to very aggressive in order to buy shares of IEP. My port is in a highly regarded mode. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Is that what people are doing now? They're YOLOing on IEP? Hoping that Icon squeezes the shorts on their behalf? Do you think today is 4160 might very well be the top of this rebound before the debt ceiling deadline next week? I mean, I can say that a U.S. spending freeze for 2 years is not bullish, especially not in our current macro environment. Supposedly, Biden's speech. GME earnings play? I mean, what am I gonna do with it? Sell spreads? I don't know if IV will get. IV didn't spike very hard last time. I don't know if there's any value there. I don't expect them to beat on revenues again. They could still keep EPS and cash flow positive, but I don't think they'll beat on revenues. How does it affect the outlook of the Ukraine war, if at all? A defense secretary or something recently said this is Ukraine's war. I don't know, just some geopolitical shit. I mean, they can still get direct approval for spending from Congress, right? A lot of the like Republican front is highly incentivized to approve spending on the Ukraine war, right? Because it benefits defense contractors. I doubt it's very hard to get those passed. There's not going to be any resistance to spending, like additional war spending, right? Also, if Ukraine ever does, well, if Ukraine is able to maintain their sovereignty over time, we're gonna get paid off for fucking shipping out old equipment we don't want anymore in Ukrainian bonds. So it's a good investment. Defense contractors are located in all the states. Um, they spend more on lobbying in the GOP than they do in the Democratic Party. I put an order for Nvidia Hedge at 3:58 p.m. yesterday, and it did not fill. God hates me. Fuck, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. It was kind of doing crazy shit into close. When Dork said 41.25, no. Ulta earnings after hours. Interesting. Alright, so... Oh, that's like the upside limit there. 41.40 is selling off. Futures. Retesting 41.60. Okay, this could fail. Maybe not yet, though. Few minutes. If we don't break 41.50 here, I think that might be bearish. Should I buy more? Yeah. How's tomorrow's expiration looking? Tomorrow's starting to look a little bit better for the downside. Some 41.25s, the 41.35s being bought. 41.20s. 4100s. A lot of 4100s. fucking fail, futures. 3 o'clock. All right. Do you know if there are debt negotiations tomorrow? I have no idea. Also, drawdowns from current and old stock of equipment are under executive authority, so that's separate. They adjusted the way it's calculated by using current fair value versus cost as new from the 80s. Okay. If someone has an employee share purchase plan and knows that they can purchase shares at a discount, wouldn't selling CCs be a gold mine? If you're allowed to. Some companies have no hedging clauses. Talks are to resume tomorrow. Thanks. If there's no negotiations tomorrow and they haven't announced an agreement, does the market not realize that puts us at Tuesday? Am I thinking too logically? No, I think that that's a realization that could occur. There's still, I mean, even if an agreement is met over the weekend or on Tuesday morning, right? There's still some time to get it through if they can push through like an extension immediately, right? Gets us close. I mean, we could end up getting downgraded at that point. I know like Congress is going home for the weekend, right? Yeah, no one's going to be in DC. So yeah, I mean, right to the wire, but that's how they like to do it. I think the real risk here is that the agreement doesn't, like, McCarthy doesn't have a lot of support in his own party, and there's a chance that the agreement that they come to doesn't pass the House, and if that happens, we're gonna go into a technical default, right? If Yellen's, accurate with her assessment. Ah, you fucking bitch. 312. 4145s, 4140s are selling off a little bit here. 4150 puts are still very much in place. Some 4150 calls also taking profits, and some 4155s. You said they need a bounce to sell off. Yeah, well, hopefully they do. Would it take much to have Nvidia close tomorrow below 370? No, I don't think so. I mean, well, 375. I don't know about 370. It also wouldn't take much for it to close above 400, so I'd be careful. If it pressures 390 too much, then the sold calls could close, and that could push it up to 400. VIX picking up a little bit. One violent downside day. I feel like Nvidia saved the market today. I think it did a little bit. It definitely helped push NASDAQ to fucking 52-week highs. Although, due to the massive drawdown on oil, SPX lagged pretty hard. And then, Russell and Dow are continuing to sell off. Also, Dixie's up a lot today, which probably helped us stay in the, sub 4150 for most of the day. GME is a rock. Yeah, like a pet rock. What's up, Paul Mall? Been a while, man. I hope PCE takes this thing to the floor tomorrow and slaps these foolish bulls. I mean, the expectations for PCE to be bad should already be mostly priced in today, right? Given that the GDP report revised PCE up to like 5% today. You gonna try to set up your straddle around 4150, or wait and see if we sell off? I'll wait. There's still time. I mean, in these ranges, I'd always prefer to have the call side of the straddle lower, right? Like today was a really good day to have an overnight straddle, but the day before, not so hot. And my puts from yesterday are still out of the money. So ideally, if I mean, I doubt it'll happen, but if we were to close the day out around 41.35 or 41.30, then I can use my straddle leg from yesterday and just create like a tight strangle. Jimmy taught me patience, just like my pet rock after it ran away. It'll be back someday. I make my no, I make my own nut mixes. 1 second, guy. Yeah, I could. Sold a CC a week ago at 19. The price is 422 and the stock was 23.40. It's like they're showing me an old price. Is that the MMs trying to profit by showing me an old price, or the broker? I don't think anyone's trying to take advantage of your $19 covered call. Is 41.35, 41.30 realistic? Could be. We have 40 minutes. It's not out of the question. Although Callbank could come in and just drive us higher. There's not a lot of put delta in this range, right? So maybe it's best to just not worry about it. Batty McBadface. I put in a limit order for GME at 23 and after hours, and they gave me 24.35 ish price. $1 more, but why? That doesn't make any sense. I'd call your broker. And after hours, you should only be able to place limit orders. You too, Batty. How much theta do you think of for call side on SPX straddle next Friday, or is that too much? No, I'm probably gonna do next Friday for both legs, just because of the liquidity. I mean, the put leg I have open already is for next Friday, so probably have them on the same expiration. $41.65s look good. 41.40 and 65 both kind of look good. It's hard to tell. $41.40 and 45 are selling off pretty heavily, which could put a downside skew on the end of the day. But I don't know if they're going to sell off completely. I think futures volume here is going to probably be the most important factor, and they look flat. She asked Monday if she could come over tonight. I really don't want her to, but I said yes. I haven't heard from her yet today. Should I ignore her calls later and say, I thought you forgot? I mean, let us know how that goes. Pork roll is disgusting. Limit buy on 2370 didn't go. 2272 was today's all-time low. What the hell? I don't know. Is it a wash sale? Preemptively cancel. Don't ignore. Passive aggressive. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Jen Jen. What are your thoughts on ortolan? I don't want to eat bird poop. As a streamer, what's the most unexpected thing people ask you that you didn't expect to ever be asked? You know, I just never really expected to be accused of being a centaur repeatedly. Exposed? Is this genital warts? I don't know. Send me a picture. Can you please explain what express price action is being caused by? It looks weird. What is it? Just probably high frequency trading. Yeah, just high frequency trading. This breakdown would be much more interesting if it just kept breaking down. Come on, futures, just sell off. Close the day at 41.40. So dug into it, there won't be any debt negotiation team meetings between yesterday and Tuesday. Thoughts? But they had one today. That doesn't make sense. I mean, I have like a shitload of puts. I don't really have any thoughts. If the market crashes over the weekend, dope. Black Tuesday, let's go. My body's ready, Lawrence. I'm out of Parmesan. What do I do? How's your dandruff? I just threw up. How do you feel about synthetic logs on Express? I'd rather not. The shares are 62 cents. Chisel also that dead skin on the heels of your feet. Well, don't chisel it off. Oh, goody. Well, futures retested their high again. That was totally fucking reasonable. What time is it? 3:28. I was gonna hit my heel with the microplane. There you go. What's something that would make you throw up without hesitation? Unexpectedly gamey meat. I use one of those shark skin wasabi grinding pads for my heel skin. Are your heels buttery soft? They want to end the day very green. Yes, USA strong. Time for calls to capitulate. I mean, the 4145s and 4140s are selling off quite a lot. 4160 puts and 4150 puts really aren't going anywhere. I think some of them might be dated for tomorrow, too. Futures with a little rejection off of that 41, well, almost 4170 test. I decided to be less of a man and just ignore her. Good for you. Do you have to mentally prepare yourself for gaminess? Have you ever had like a dish that featured meat and part of it was unexpectedly gamey? Like you weren't eating like venison or something, but it's still maybe even I mean rancid is pretty obvious, but it's even if it's just a little bit for me, that makes me want to puke. Nice, David. Did you say government spending accounts for 25% of GDP growth? 20 to 25%. Like leftover meat that's been reheated? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fucking nasty. I mean, deer meat's fine as long as that's the flavor I expect, right? I hate this fucking market. There's short calls? Is that what's happening here? Um, no. 32 minutes left. Guess that was accurate. Two-year-old holding government spending goes through. Could it give J-Power a reason to go with a pause? No. FSLR seems to be hovering around 200. Are we expecting it to slowly slide down? Given enough time, yeah. I have a pretty decent amount of theta on my puts. The better question is if the market will be alive by the next FOMC. It's true. You're not wrong. Okay, calls are still selling off here. That's a good sign. Out of the money calls bought at 41.65. I don't think those are going to have a big impact. 41.45 through 60 still selling off. Okay. It could break down into close. Right now, you're thinking tomorrow has more likelihood of downs than ups. I mean, tomorrow's positioning is not too dissimilar from today's. It's a little more put heavy than today was at market open, but not a ton. But if the calls are mostly expiring today, so hopefully once those fall off, it looks a little better. Nvidia about to give me what I asked for earlier. Oh, it looks like it's failing. Looks at SPX heat map. Alexa, define concentration risk. JP Morgan quickly fires 1,000 First Republic bankers. That makes sense. Yeah, a big correction or a couple banks failing could incentivize the Fed to pause rates again, or pause the rate increase. But inflation's still a problem, right? They're not, their current rate is not showing any signs of causing contraction in CPI. Especially core. So they take a lot of risk not raising the rates again. It's tough. But yeah, I mean, if there's a big enough market event, they may not. They probably won't. Will you take a look at Mullen, please? I mean, what do you want me to do? You want you to look at the chart? It's doing a thing. What are you going to chase it? It looks like a squeezy shit penny stock that's probably going to run about as much as where you bought into it. That's the only green thing in my port. Buy better things. It's not a flat line. Nvidia is far from a flat line today. Nvidia's traded in, a 30 fucking dollar range up and down. It hit 366 this morning and 395 like an hour and a half later. It's continued to trade within a pretty wide range since then, too. 88 to 80. And then from 81 to 85. And now 85 down to 82. This is not a flat line. I put it put at 366 and a call at 395. Am I winning? You've really got to work on your entries there, man. Any thoughts on T? Seems to be approaching pre-2020 lows. It's getting to be a very attractive price. Hmm. Uh, 20 minutes left. Hmm. It seems ready to sell off into close, or it seems ready to just close here at this price. Son of a bitch. Sorry. Okay. Would you prefer a broker for have a preferred broker for wheeling income? I remember saying WeBull assigns less than others. A little bit, yeah. It's less likely to assign like at the money than a lot of other brokers that I've found. At Fidelity, it's almost guaranteed. WeBull, I've gotten away with like at the money or like a little bit in the money a few times. Usually, I'll get assigned, but not always. I don't really know if that's beneficial to a long-term like wheel strategy, but over time it probably doesn't matter much. If you're wheeling, you want to be assigned. I got assigned today on GME. That sucks. Or it doesn't. I don't depends on how you feel about it. Do you have a list of companies for wheeling for generating income? Just like a constant list? No? I mean, higher IV tends to help increase yields. But I think it kind of depends on what things you're willing to buy. I mean, you start wheeling by selling cover calls, so you probably want to own the underlying, or you're okay at least with owning the underlying. Is this rally overbought? Yeah, I'd say so. But positioning at the money right now is kind of open, so. Why does it seem like so many CCs are being assigned early? Because people are selling them in the money with short expirations. Theta Gang subreddit has lists. I mean, you can if you're just trying to do it for income. I mean, the higher the volatility, the more risk you take that when you get assigned, you're unable to get out from underwater. So there's a balance there. Generally, like IVs around like 50 or 60, 50 to 75 are best. If you have a lot of capital, you can go with lower IV. I think we see sub 1750 on Upstart again in the next couple months. Or was the news a couple weeks ago strong enough to increase their valuation? No, they still have enough like macro headwinds and enough of an entrenched short position that we could easily see it go back under $20 again. Any earnings tonight that can have a big impact on SPX? What do we have tonight? Costco. Costco, Medtronic's pretty big. Autodesk. Dollar Tree was this morning. Oh, Ulta's tonight. Getting into the retail earnings. Yeah, Costco's definitely the most important one. But Ulta's not. Well, Ulta's small. Costco, Autodesk, and Metatronic. Costco worth a straddle tends to move a lot. IV crush. I thought you sold part of your strangle. Are you going for income? It's gonna do it. It's good to do it in a broker who puts your secured cash in their account that accrues interest. Fidelity SPAC's account, for example, 4%. Yeah, it's true. If I learned nothing from Nvidia, I'm gonna buy Costco calls $100 out of the money, expiring tomorrow. Jesus Christ. If retail earnings are good, do you think that could put pressure on XRT, which could push GME up further? No. Nvidia's selling off. Can assignment on CCs and CSPs happen during market hours? It's pretty rare. But yes. Fuck my life, she called. You answered, didn't you? Market maker funds rise 14 billion to another record high of 5.3 trillion of money market funds. The bank jag continues. Yeah, still no money coming into equities. If Costco drops 5%, I'm buying. I'm probably gonna buy fucking calls on it. Good point about 4% on CSP cash. That's Fidelity, IBKR, and who else? Schwab, I believe, also does it. I'm not sure if Vanguard has an option for that. They might. I don't really have much left in my Vanguard account. Does anybody know how to fix cost basis and Fidelity after a transfer? Because I transferred my some of my GME from Schwab and Vanguard over to Fidelity, and now my cost basis is all fucked up. You have to call them. You can't. Fidelity will never adjust it. That's what I like to hear. I'll take 7 months with you over 14 months of the Wendy's dumpsters. Thanks for all the wisdom you impart to us, Spores. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it, man. There's big flows into money market funds. It's cash leaving the equity market, right? Yep. Reduced liquidity. I didn't un-DRS. I just have like GME all over the place. I'm trying to consolidate it. Like I want to move this account to margin, the stream account, so we can do like spread examples and stuff here, and then I just don't want to use Vanguard anymore. I hate everything about them. I still keep some dividend shit there, but that's it. It's such a fucking nightmare to sell covered calls on my GME shares that are in there. And like, I don't like Fidelity particularly for selling covered calls either, but it's fine. Although I will say, for using treasuries as margin, Vanguard's not too bad. But IBKR is pretty easy too. I don't know if you can do that in Fidelity. I should probably ask them. I really don't have a lot of margin on Fidelity. Because everything I have there is like GME, and they don't give you any fucking margin on it unless you buy protective puts. What EMA indicator are you using on SPX? It's just like an EMA ribbon. I think it's like 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. Any prediction for SPX tomorrow? I mean, closing below 4150 is probably at least a little more bearish. I think SPX could end up being kind of flat and range bound tomorrow too. The uncertainty of the debt ceiling is going to probably prevent any bigger moves unless a significant amount of risk starts getting priced in. You can manually update your cost basis on Fidelity. Oh, okay. Huh. How? If we sell off under 41, click update cost basis, call tech support. I'll figure it out. If you could, Gen. What's up, Dork? Red candle. Yeah, but not big ones, right? 40, 40, 41, 40, 41, 45. Closing the day in the money. Gross. So 415 puts, 414 calls for me, I guess. Yeah, 4050 looks like the 4150 is the straddle point here. Unfortunately. What? How am I being a size queen? Nvidia rounded FUPA? Excuse you? Like the stream. Thanks, Stocks. If I had all the money Walken has spent on Ko-Fi since he was banned, my port would be saved. I should see how much it is. I've never looked in there. It's like hooked up to like a bank account, and I've never checked it. I wonder what the balance is. How much have I been Ko-Fi'd in 2 years? Pull. $741.69. I mean, from walk-in the last 3 days. Would 20% trailing stop on a straddle in this environment make sense on SPX? You could do that if you can't watch or like if you can't actively manage your positions. You could do that. It depends on how much theta you have. Obviously, the less theta you have, the more volatile your contract premium is going to be. I haven't seen that account since the perm. I don't know. Use the Ko-Fi money to start a small port, grow it, and then put us all to shame. That seems mean. Ding ding. The day is done. Nvidia down $20 from its high. But still up $75. GME dropping off a little bit into close. And VIX flat at 19. Closing a bit below the open call interest on the options chain for SPX. Tomorrow doesn't look that much better, but I think the uncertainty is keeping people away from the equity markets right now. The extremely low volume on 0 DTEs today was pretty indicative of that. This makes it very dangerous to trade on the intraday. So be careful, especially tomorrow with expiration coming up and everything. And moving into the holiday weekend, it could be kind of nutty. So less liquidity, more volatility, right? Have you started positioning into new Nvidia and SPX puts? I picked up like a couple like 380s today for 616 on Nvidia. I grabbed some more 4100s on SPX today also. But I already have like a lot of them. I know Costco earnings is today. What a ridiculous sentence you just said. I have a lot of SQQQ calls. I have a pretty decent number of those. I have those for June and July at $30. How far out on the 4100s? 616. I might start getting some like July 3950s. Maybe not July. Maybe I'll do. July seems too far. Maybe I'll do end of June, like the end of quarter expiration. I have to see what liquidity looks like though. Thoughts on Upstart? I mean, it came back down today after the bots pump. So, like I said this morning, pretty decent opportunity to sell some more covered calls and pick up more protective puts, but no fundamental change in the liquidity, right? So liquidity is continuing to grind down. Shorts are coming in. Upstart looks like it's headed south, at least for the time being. We'll see we'll see how that looks as we approach ETF FTDs into the beginning of next month. But we got about a week before that. Omu Shell, all major U.S. stock exchanges will be closed Monday, May 29th, 2023, in observance of Memorial Day. Thanks so much, man. I don't know what I would have done without that notification. June 30th, 3800s. The holiday delayed Nvidia settlement until Tuesday, or is it moved up to Friday? T+2 is on Tuesday for Nvidia's overnight move. Straddle on Nvidia, same like SPX? No. Not even close. TGA under 50 bill. What's it at? 49.5? Jesus fucking Christ. We're gonna get more warnings. We've got what? Warnings for Morningstar and Fitch so far? But nothing out of Moody's. If we don't have a fucking resolution by tomorrow, we're gonna get a warning from Moody's over the weekend, probably. No more warnings, just downgrade. Fucking stupid government. TG is the Treasury General account. Nvidia, $250 billion overnight. U.S. Treasury broke. July 4100p is out of the money put. It doesn't seem that conservative. No, June 16, 4100p is what I was getting. July would be extremely conservative. That's a lot of theta. 3950 for July is what I was talking about. Maybe. When Costco earnings come in, it's running. I don't know. Our lives seem like dystopian corporate nightmare. Ulta dying? Really? Ulta missed? Fuck. That's bad. If we don't have a deal, we probably gap down next week. Probably, yeah. Women not buying makeup, sell it all. I mean, if consumer sentiment has dropped so low that the beauty industry is getting hit, that's pretty bad. That paints a I mean, it's good for inflation, bad for economic growth. Also beat, actually? Why are they dropping? Guidance? Or is it revenues are down? They beat on revenues and EPS, or just one? Stop giving me the yield curve inversion. Revlon's a private company now. It means nothing. If there's a resolution to the debt ceiling, do you think the markets will shoot up? Here's the deal. A resolution to the debt ceiling is going to be met with the Treasury immediately offering like $1 trillion or more worth of securities. So it is going to suck the liquidity out of the equity markets like a vacuum cleaner. Look, see, I did it. I didn't say the thing I thought. I'm getting better at this. My public speaking teacher would be so proud. Ulta drop was 15k volume. Looks fake. Somehow I doubt it. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for another day of debt ceiling deliberations. Later, guys. Have a good night, everyone.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.